Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, February the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That will help me. Panda, I see one yes. Yes and yes and yes. Okay, great. All right, guys. Well, we're in for a negative open to start with anyway. Just looking at the SPY. Let's take a look at some individual stocks and see what's happening. This is one that probably deserves to be watched all day long. AMPL, fairly recent IPO, earnings play, and now at an all-time low. So this stock at one point, remember these days, guys, not that long ago, 4 months ago, this stock was up at $87, almost $90. We're looking at a $24 stock now. And released earnings after hours. You can see the big reaction after hours, big gap down. That's that mauve area right here. And kind of hanging tough right here in the pre-market. But this is an all-time low. And that is AMPL. Marin, M-R-I-N, that was a meme stock from a few months ago. I see it a little bit active this morning. This one got another, for no reason, really, $27. Got up to $27. It was definitely a big favorite of the memers. And then, of course, crashing down reality. Up 21%. I'm just trying to see if I see any specific news. Marin Software stock surges 41% after market on TikTok integration in platform. Okay, so there's your big news. That's what happened after hours here. DoorDash, obviously a very successful quarter. They released earnings up $22, 22%, $21, and that is DoorDash. Released earnings again after hours. Yandex, yeah, again, as is on again, off again, whatever is happening between Russia and Ukraine. So of course this is I think this is the kind of the Google of Russia, YNDX. So anyway, this is down. Had earnings on the 15th yesterday. Actually, the reaction yesterday was pretty good. Here's a crazy little one in which one of these analysts has put in a very aggressive price target. So this is REVB, not that much volume, 55,000, only 7.5 million in the float. And so Roth has put a price target on them at $12. Why not? FSLY, I think this is an earnings play, FSLY. Yeah, okay, they released again after hours. There's a reaction after hours, and it's still down this morning. Only about 8% above its all-time low. FSLY. AM, another earnings play, gapping down, AM. Not that much now. It was down here around 9:30, so it's trying to rebound just a little bit. Well, this one is still moving down off earnings yesterday. TOST, still toast. TOST, getting closer and closer to an all-time low. TOST, so this is a continuation after its earnings release from yesterday. You can see the big gap down in the daily chart. I forgot to put this in the room. Just give me a moment. There we go. Morning, YouTubers. Gonna separate the main room from our YouTube room. All right, there we go. So let me continue now. Another one. Boy, so much for the meta so far. MTTR. This was one of their the big meta play back here. Got all the way up to, what did it get up to? $37.60 MTTR, relatively new IPO. I think this might have been a SPAC that turned into Matterport. And now look at it. I mean, these are just horrible moves, and now it's on earnings. All-time low, MTTR. Another earnings play, guys. Another one beaten up. Palantir, PLTR. Boy, I mean, you look at these highs, and you know, not that long ago, $44 down to 12. Hopefully, nobody's holding these things. Another earnings play. Only 10% above its all-time low. Fever. Okay, here's one going up. FVRR. So this is going up on earnings. Israeli stock. Ntco. That was a late one coming into my gappers. Ntco. Natura. I'm just trying to see. I don't see any specific news for today. Is this Bermuda? I'm sorry, Brazil. My goodness, I know that flag. So this is out of Brazil. That's right. I remember this one now. And last, I mean, there are others, but you know, there's so many earnings plays right now. Just kind of look at a few of them. And here's App, another earnings play, down big, 18, 19%, $13. APP, again, after hours. Most companies seem to, actually I don't know what the split is. My feeling is that most companies seem to release after hours as opposed to pre-market, but I don't have any data to back that up. Well, Tom, I have no idea on your end why it's not showing up. Obviously, you can see I've got data, so check if you have a green ball. You know, a question like that is really hard for me to answer because I have no idea what you've got up and running. You know, the first thing is to make sure you've got a green ball that shows you are connected. You know, look at the in our toolbar. That's the first thing. If you are connected, you know, did you have data in the same windows yesterday? I think Shopify also had earnings, and I think it was they were down. This have been yesterday. Yeah, they were yesterday. Earnings beat, but what about guidance, William? As you know, so you traded it. Maybe you got lucky and caught that little spike up here before it just crashed. Well, if Russia says there is no Ukraine invasion and none planned, I guess that's it, right? If that's what Russia says. Dripping with sarcasm. Okay, now let's see if there's I see crypto, Mara, doing its thing. You know, crypto up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. I'm just looking at Mara. I'm looking at Hut. I'm sure Riot is doing the same thing. And here's your answer. Remember BKKT, a lot of people following that one. Released earnings pre-market. Now, I don't think anybody thinks, they're not in this as an earnings play as such. But they do say they lost $153 million, revenue of 13. So there is that. And now there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, this will be ongoing. This is not going to be an easy situation to solve if there's such a thing regarding Russia and Ukraine and Western Europe, etc., and the United States, of course. GLBE, guys, did I mention GLBE? GLBE, just looking here, yeah, good volume too. This is an earnings play, 14%. GLBE, another earnings play. Another, again, released after hours. You can just see, here's the mauve area, excuse me, on our charts. That's showing after hours. You can see the big move and holding. Now, with the market doing what it's doing, and more than likely, well, it's a little rally here, but, if the market drifts down, all these ones that pop up in the pre-market for earning or after hours and hold, and then on earnings, if the market proves to be weak, these turn into ripe-looking situations for shorts. If your broker has shorts, 820,000 available for me at Interactive Brokers for GLBE as an example, and of course, be no issue getting them because you don't have to worry about the uptick rule because they have popped up. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but certainly things to look at. Well, when there are no okay, I can only always speak for Interactive Brokers when I say no shorts are available, okay? So, but that just means that, okay, there's not additional selling pressure from shorting. So in theory, yes. But again, I can only speak for international integrated brokers. Three major Canadian banks went offline yesterday. I did not hear that. I'm up in Canada. I did not hear that. All right, 9:14. Let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades. Well, Tom, if the other windows are blank, it just means that there's some filters in there that are preventing any pre-market data. That's all. Okay. A lot of the channels have the relative volume filter. So if you right-clicked on a channel that you're not seeing any data, okay, right-click on it and click on summary or configure then summary, you'll probably see the relative volume filter is there. If the relative volume filter is there, you'll get no data in the pre-market. But once the market opens, you should see data. All right, again, let me check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. Okay, not too many of each. Just a few more upgrades to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com. We'll get the downgrades in now. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. Yes, here's the link for the 2 week. Now, it's not 2 weeks, okay? It's less than that now. You'll have the balance of today and then up to February 28th inclusive. Just so you know, I'm not, okay? And here's the link for it, all right? Here's the link for it. Okay, Justin, I think somebody has created a custom formula for that. If you go to, I haven't got it, so if you want it quickly, I think somebody might have it. So if you go to our homepage and ask for the formula, I think one of the other traders may have it, okay? To start a live, I just don't have it. Personally, on the ATR aspect, I'd be looking at abnormal ATR. Okay, so I'd have, this is what I'd be doing. I don't use ATR that much, but if I were looking at ATR, I'd have, say, a minimum of a dollar amount. And then what I would want to know is when is a stock, say, trading 100 or 200 or 300% of its ATR. That's what I'd want to do. And we have that filter. You right click, configure, search. Let's see, what is it called? Average. Oops. Yeah, change from the open, the percent of the average true range. I'd look at a filter like that, Justin. You know, so you put in a minimum of a dollar amount, and then what you're really interested in is saying, okay, here's something that's, like, for argument's sake, normally has an ATR of $1, and if you put, so you put that in your filter, and then you add this filter, the change from the open, the percent of average true range, and put something like 200%, 300%, whatever, and so that means that stock, for instance, would have to be trading $2 or $3. There's 200 to 300% of its average true range. That to me is more powerful than I think what you're trying to do. But anyway, it's up to you. All right, MX Russ. No, I hear you, and it would work for different ranges, of course. I only put, say a minimum of $1, just so you don't start, you don't want to see, in my opinion anyway, something that has an ATR of 2 cents, and so now you put 300%, and now, yeah, now its ATR today is 6 cents, but is that a big deal? So I put some kind of a minimum. That's all. All right, let me quickly look. What time is it now? I'll try to get to your question in a second, MX. I'm not sure we can do that, but let me take a look at the sectors before we open. We've got about 10 minutes before the open. I like to do this just to see what's happening before the market opens in the various major sectors. Probably going to see energy up. Actually, it's not. Okay, so, excuse me, the market is, we're going to have a slightly negative open. But usually what we see is energy. This is XLE. This is the big energy ETF. Excuse me, these are the stocks that make up the energy ETF. Usually it's one way or the other. So that number 55%, what that means, 55% of them are above the close of yesterday. Normally though, when we've been looking at energy in the pre-market, they're either 100% up or 100% down from the close. So this is about 50-50. There is no strong, I'm just looking, no strong sector right now. I mean, that in theory is the strongest sector, but there is no really standout strong sector. You know, some weak sectors, of course, healthcare, communications. Again, this is just now. Technology. Again, we look at this, half an hour from now, and things could be very, very different. But that's what we see right now. That is from our channel bar, Syracuse. So just go to our new docked channel bar, and then the sector status. Well, just one of the channels. Yeah, so I'm just answering your question now, MX. Yeah, I can't do it here, but there are. In fact, I think Stephanie has. There is a way in which you can compare, say, the volume in the 1 minute candle to the previous over the average of the previous 5 minute candles. Ask that question. I think Stephanie has something like that. It does require a custom formula. Okay. So if you're talking about comparing a previous volume, 1 minute volume candle to the previous 5 minute or a 10 minute, there is a way in order that you can create a custom formula. So if you go to our home page and ask that question, I think Stephanie has something like that. Okay. All right, HIMX is on the way down here. This is another earnings play, HIMX. Pretty good volume too, HIMX. Okay, just checking out the SPY here. So SPY had a nice rally at the end of the day. Kind of held after hours. Kind of held for a while here, but drifting down a little bit. Okay, give me one moment, please. Okay, so Poe, don't do the old channel, okay? Don't use the old channel bar, use the dock channel bar. That's what that is for, the dock channel bar. Okay? Okay, so don't use the channel bar. That's what's happening. Use the channel bar. That's the old way. I wish we just scrap this, but use the dock channel bar. And then when you click on anything here, your layout will not disappear. Okay. Yeah, there's all sorts of books written on ATR and stuff, Justin. I mean, you just have to get comfortable. I don't particularly watch ATR that much, but listen, if you can get comfortable with using ATR and find a way to make money doing it, yeah, go for it. So Kathy, I am actually sharing my layout, okay? So if you want my layout, including this window here, my race window, this is the link for it. And it is a docked layout. So what I would do is, to make it easy, because I don't want your layout to get all jumbled up, you might want to just click on Windows and close all your windows so you have a blank slate, and then you can load my window or load my layout, and this is what you'll see. You'll actually see the AI here also. Okay, I've included the AI, but other than that, that is my layout that I'm sharing for the test drive. Or if you don't want to do that, you can just go to my channel. Okay, if you click on New and Dock Channel Bar, and where am I? Barry's Watch List. Okay, you click on that, and then that will bring up this racing. So it's up to you. My IB program is not freezing, so I'm just checking here. Nope. My IB program is not freezing. Don't know if I mentioned this one, this VTNR, a little pop here, pre-market. Great volume. I don't know if I mentioned this one. It's not an earnings play. They announced, I did not mention this one. Vertex Energy announces a 5-year renewable diesel supply agreement with Idemitsu Apollo. Oh, there you go. Yeah, okay, thank you, William. So we have a minute before the market opens. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. May do a little more trading on my own account today. Did a couple of things yesterday. Didn't really do anything Monday or Tuesday because of the test drive, which is fine. I keep asking questions. That's fine. But I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes anyway. And if I'm new to trading, I probably wouldn't trade in the first half hour. I would let things settle down. Okay, Tom. You got to okay. I have a relative volume filter in here, so nothing happens until the market opens in some of my windows. Again, I thought I explained that. If you have the relative volume filter active in any window, you'll get no pre-market data. Okay, so for instance, if I right-click summary, you see I've got current volume, which is the relative volume at least 8. So anytime you have a relative volume filter in, you'll get no pre-market data. All right, we're live. And now there's no data in here yet because no stocks have met the filter requirements. All right, so here's the open, guys. So the Dow's down, NAS is down, SPY's down as we speak. And there's the AMPL, guys, AMPL. All-time low. Earnings play, all-time low. It just went too fast. I don't like trading in the first 15, but I guess I could have made an exception to this one. Look at this. I mean, the alert came at 25.56. This is what I'm talking about, 25.56. There's a $2 move already. How about $3? That's a $3 move already. And that'll happen, you know. I mean, I sort of kind of stick to my guns about not trading in the first 15 for most. I do make an exception sometimes to these stocks that are making all-time lows on news. In this case, it's earnings. Could have been some other news, but you know, I might trade in the first 5 minutes. This went really quickly. Another earnings play, guys. Palantir, PLTR. There's the BKKT earnings play. No shorts available now. They used to, yeah, they're all been snapped up in Interactive Brokers. BKKT earnings play. And here's the Ntco. Again, I don't see any specific news for it. Brazilian company. I don't see any specific news for Ntco. See if we have any. Yeah, I don't see any. And there's no data in here. Also, Tom, I put on purpose. I put a delay of 15 minutes. You know, using our timer. Before I see any data in here. Oh my goodness, what a fantastic, I mentioned this in the pre-market, this is one to keep a real eye on here, guys. What a fantastic, I didn't take it because it was just a little early, but man. This is what I'm talking about right there, right at 9:30, 25.56. I'm just a little more conservative, you know. I like to see things settle down just a little bit, but that just took off on the way down. So Toast is another one now. TOST. And no shorts available for me on that one now. TOST, there were yesterday, but none today now. Again, they're being snapped up at Interactive Brokers. I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. There were plenty for AMPL, but another earnings play, HIMX on the way down, underneath that whole number. Okay, Tom, do you have a green ball in your toolbar? A green ball that shows you're connected. Or is it red? Red or orange or something? Well, you're Fusely, I know you're out of it, William. FSLY on the way down. Palantir on the way down. All right, how about yesterday? Were you getting data yesterday? The only thing I'm going to have to send you to our homepage. They'll take a look at your account, okay? and maybe there's something going on. I just can't help you. If you got a green bar, green ball, and if you, for instance, if you went to our new and then dock channel bar and loaded any channel, if you're getting no data, then I don't know what's going on with your account. I'm sorry. You'll have to go to our homepage and start a discussion, okay? Oh, you just joined. Okay, so it's possible that you didn't fill out the exchange agreements correctly. That's possible. So just give them your email, excuse me, just give them your email address, okay? And they'll look up your account. So click on that link and you'll see something that says start live discussion, and just give them your email address and they'll take a look at your account, okay? Boy, these have been quick, guys. I mean, look at these three coming from the 10-day daily breakdown. Obviously, the star was AMPL. Toast 2109. So this is I didn't have shorts available for this. And how about then the FSLY at 2050? Nothing dramatic yet, which is good. May give us an entry if it settles down a bit. These are all shorts, of course. And again, HIMX. Now, 10 may hold it. 10 may hold this one. There could be, looks like there's a couple things, the psychological number of 10, and there looks like there's some action at 10 a few days ago, a couple of weeks ago maybe. So that might hold it. No, I know you said that. You said you went long though. And I noticed there was a little pop for Fusely. Oops. I know it's not Fusely, but yeah, I know that there was a little pop up here, so I'm assuming that's where you got out. All right, GLBE, guys. Wow, GLBE. This is an earnings play. I mentioned this one. Yeah, big earnings play now. I mean, this is really ripping here. Kind of thought maybe when the market opened, this might start to slide a bit, but this is some good action for GLBE. But again, it's early. We're not even 10 minutes in. And I'm just looking at that first 15-minute candle for the SPY. Indecision, a little bit of indecision. Okay, so we had a halt. We had a couple of halts here. So TXG, it was halted and then it resumed. MRO, guys, MRO Marathon. Funny, Marathon didn't have a great couple of days, but it is, and it's an earnings play. I didn't realize that. It's an earnings play. Released after hours, no big reaction. But look at Marathon, MRO. You look left, what do we see? 22.17, 22.28. That could stop it. That could stop it. Here, cheap one, a little China education stock, ZME. It's an earnings play, actually. Okay, I guess nobody wants to continue going to space. Again, if you don't know the news they had here 2 days ago, accepting orders, only $450,000 to book your flight. So that was all the excitement here, but now we're in drift down mode for space. Funny, Jeff. All right, can Palantir hold, PLTR, can it hold that 12? Another earnings play, the CYH. This has been a fairly active stock in the past, but haven't seen it for a while. CYH, an earnings play. We're almost 15 minutes in. Just keeping an eye on that first 15-minute spike handle. It is modestly red, moderately red. Well, it's getting a little. Look at, okay, guys. Well, here's our answer so far in the Palantir. So far, break at 12 now. Okay, for some reason NU is on the way up. For some reason, I can't see any reason. It's earnings on the 22nd, so that is not the reason. I don't see. I'm just checking my headlines. I don't see any specific reason for NU being up. A lot of volume too. A lot of volume. 6 times normal right now. Well, marathon continues here, guys. Well, let's see. I mean, there it is, 22.17 and 22.28, right in this area here. If it pops through that, I guess, what's the next area? I mean, look at the monthly chart. 24.20 is the next high in the monthly chart. So marathon very strong on earnings. Another earnings play, ACVA, another earnings play. Not very much volume yet. That is 17 times normal though, 353,000 shares. It's a disgusting spread. At one point I saw 1320, 1358, so it's pretty tough to trade that one right now, ACVA, with that spread. Well, marathon just kept going, so that did not really slow it down very much, those two highs of 3 and 4 days ago. All right, here we got a little bit of a gap up and reverse for GPK. GPK, a gap up and reverse on earnings. Okay, the market is weakening. Here's another one, guys. ATUS is another earnings play. Kind of saw it, heard it in the pre-market. There's so many to go over. ATUS, though, another earnings play, another all-time low. This should be showing up. This should be showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown soon. So, I mean, really, guys, shorting tops, shorting stocks that are really strong to start, it's probably not a bad idea with this, the way this market is trading. Doesn't mean every single one of them is going to drop, but especially now, we're starting to get a bigger red bar now. There's the ATUS. I knew it would show up. ATUS showing up. Wow, another all-time low. Whew, that's a gap down and go also. This is what I'm talking about. My gap down, gap continuation or reverse scan. That multi-strategy window, this kind of covers a lot of things. If you're looking for pullbacks, if you're looking for shorting tops, if you're looking for stocks that are gapping down and keep going down, or you're looking for stocks that gap up and keep going higher. So it's got basically four different looks to it. You see the AI took a couple of trades, quick ones. No, man, space. SPCE. So the market is continuing down, guys. Now, no disconnect at all. Dow's down big, Nas is down big, SPY's down big. So there's no disconnect. We don't have it. Sometimes we'll see a disconnect between Dow and Nas. One's up, one's down. All right, getting more and more interested in this ATUS. The alert on my scan came at around 11:58, so I'm going to stick an alert right around here. Takes that out. This is going to get very interesting for me to take this trade. It's an all-time low. Nothing's holding it up, of course, and it's an earnings play. So got a lot of bad things going for it. Another earnings play, LQ. Wow, look at this. I didn't see this in the pre-market, really. Look at LQ. Man, through that 200-day moving average also. LQ, big takeout of 50. I mean, that's so psychological. Taking out 50 so far. I mean, it's only at 4 cents below. All right, ATUS, are you getting ready here? Here's a gap up and go. We just talked about this one, ACVA. It's an earnings play. This is not being affected by the market yet. Looks like the next high is up around that 1480 mark. Is that correct? 1379 is the next high looking left, and after that 1481. Boy, this is a really interesting one. ACVA. Oh man, oh man, oh man, AMPL. Well, if you got AMPL, you're sitting pretty now, especially even a couple of dollars ago. Also Warby, yes, WRBI, WRBY. Ah, missed it. 28.78, 28.41 now. Well, this has been producing today. I mean, just look at these. Palantir, Fusely. I know it's Fastly. But these are, I mean, there's the ATIS. Okay. Now that was quick. It moved down. I was almost going to take it, and then it just popped up a little bit again. So I want to see if it takes out 1160 again. So we're going to take this this one. Again, don't follow me. You know, it has to meet your trading plan. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing because it's an all-time low. It has earnings, so you know it's going to be active all day. The pre-market low looks like around 1130. It's been a little bit whippy, but if it makes sense to you to do it, then do it. If it doesn't, don't do it. So you're in the simulator, right? So you have to check to see what the limit offset was and things like that. If hopefully you've looked at that video, the long video from Brokerage Plus. It goes into all of that. So this is a carryover from yesterday, shorting space, SPCE, a carryover from yesterday. Yeah, what I would do, you know, I wouldn't use IBs. I would use our simulator, okay? I mean, try to make it simple instead of using IBs simulation, in my opinion. All right, guys, ATIS. So far, so good. Okay, so here's a word, guys. I'm going to, please listen carefully. You know, I'm not a big fan of auto trading, all right? But if you are going to auto trade, the first thing you want to do is practice in the simulator, okay? You can do it with the simulator. And then what you do is you have to have the Holly AI tab. And then what you do is you enable all of them. You have to do it every single day. Okay, so you highlight, and where it says enable 10 selected as an example, okay? Now you can pick and choose which ones you want. You do have to do that every day. The reason being is if you're going to auto trade, you better know what the heck you're auto trading. So, you know, before the market opens, you better understand, number one, that you are auto trading. You know, some people have said, well, I want to auto trade every single day, so why can't I leave this on? Yeah, that's not the right way. You better know that you're auto trading. Okay, and now the next step is you have to watch this video. Okay, I'm just putting the Brokerage Plus link in here. Okay, so that link called Brokerage Plus, that explains if you have the short video, there are two videos. The short video shows if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can connect. You know, you'll see there's an option underneath Brokerage Plus that says live, and that's how you can connect, okay, if you want to trade your real account. Now, we're not allowing auto trading a real account in this if you're part of the test drive. A real account, like a live data, okay? But first of all, don't do it. You can practice in the simulator to see how it would work. So the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can do it. So it doesn't automatically connect. You got to remember, I mean, you start trading real money, you better know, number one, that you are connected, that you want to be connected, and all of that. Monsieur Real, hello, how are you? You catch that ample short right off the bat, AMPL? Look at that right there, 930, 2556, 2039 now. I didn't get it, as you know, because it just happened too quickly for me. That was such a rapid decrease, but I'm in ATIS. See if this ATIS has some life on the way down, another all-time low. FSLY was another one. Palantir was another one. How's the Warby doing? WRBY. So this is not as dynamically down, 2878. So I just mentioned this one a little while ago, maybe 5 minutes ago, the big Magic 50. So LKQ, breaking down through 50, earnings play through the 200-day moving average, maybe coming into a support area. So Ericsson, of course, got hammered down yesterday, something to do with Iraq, and you'd have to read the news, and continuing down today, but trying to rally a bit. Ericsson, ERIC. Just waiting on this ATIS to see if it really gives it up. Not bad so far for me. In around 1157 on that short. It's easier. It's just easier, Syracuse, okay? Okay, is this an earnings play? Yes, this is another earnings play, guys. This is a gap down, and go look at this one. I mean, just getting crushed. Yeah, INFA, all-time low, getting crushed. And it showed up in my 10-day daily breakdown. So I'd be really watching, for really trying to short some of these tops, guys. I mean, if the market continues like this, yes, these ones that are moving higher, yeah, they are your alpha stocks. Not well. Look at this. I just as I'm mentioning it, got as high as 1367. Now it's 1276. So a lot of these stocks that are zipping higher for some news, be it earnings or some other news. If the market continues like this, you're going to get a lot of opportunities, to start shorting these tops. Now, it's not the easiest thing in the world. Okay, guys, I've taken a little profit on the ATUS. I just want to make sure it doesn't have some kind of a pop up. So a little bit of profit. I'm just waiting to see if it can get down close to that pre-market low of around 1127. But this one, for instance, is not showing any sign of weakness really. GLBE, not showing any sign of weakness. There are a lot of shorts available for me, 750,000 at Interactive Brokers. So kind of watching this to see if it's going to hit any sort of a resistance level. The next high looking left, 5140. Yeah, so 4751 was the next high looking left on the daily. So it's a little bit above that. The next high is 5140. So in theory, it still has some room to go before it does hit that next high. There. Well, another one, I mean, the 10-day daily breakdowns, especially when they're lifetime lows and there's some reason for it, earnings, news. I mean, guys, this was a $40 stock, so it's been cut in half. So 3 months ago, this is a $40 stock, cut in half. All right, I'm out of the ATUS, guys. Not as dynamic as I wanted it to be. So marginal profit on that one for me. Okay, now here's one. Okay, we saw this one earlier, Ntco, and this looks like now this is turning into maybe a gap down and reverse. Couldn't see any news on it. All right, now here is a reversal on the way up. Palantir, PLTR, so it's reversed on the way up, PLTR. But, if you're going to play reversals, like bounces, reversals, whatever you want to call them from the bottom, you'd like to see the market a little bit on your side. Now, it doesn't have to be moving necessarily higher, but you don't want to see giant red bars, in my opinion, to try to play. I mean, look, you might get some bounces. I just don't think that it'll be great ones. I like to see the market a little bit on your side, or at least not moving down. Okay, so Roy, let me show you if you want, and again, do this in the simulator, okay? Do this in the simulator, Roy. So you in Brokerage Plus, you have to have the Holly AI tab. Okay, so if you don't have that tab, if you can't see the tab, click on New, and then Holly AI tab, okay? That's the first step. So first of all, let me know if you can hear me and you can see my screen, what I'm doing. Okay, so do you have the Holly AI tab in Brokerage Plus? Can you see it? If you don't see it, you have to add it. Okay, so you click on it. Okay, so you click on it. Notice they all say off. You want to turn them on? And do this in the simulator. This is in the simulator. Okay, in the simulator. So you click on sim first. Okay, let me back up. I'm going to disconnect. I'm going to disconnect. See, it says not connected now. So now I click on sim. Okay, and it'll eventually say account. Select account. You click on select account, and then the simulated trading default will show up. Click on that, and now you know you're in simulation mode, okay? And then with the Holly, now you've got the Holly AI tab. You can turn all the strategies on, or you can pick and choose whichever ones you want. For instance, if you don't want to go short, then just pick the long ones. But if you want to test them all, just highlight like I'm doing. I'm just highlighting them all. Right click and enable the 10 selected strategies. You see they're all on now. Okay? I'm going to turn them off because I don't want to do that. Okay? But once they're on, then when you get an AI alert, it'll take the trade. Now, sometimes you'll get an alert and it won't take the trade, and you go, well, how come it didn't take the trade? Again, this is why you really have to watch that second long video, because you notice these are the instructions that you have given it. Now, there will be a default, and the key one is this limit offset. And I don't know what, so again, if you right click on a strategy and edit long trading strategies, okay? Notice it says limit offset, and it says minus 5 cents. So what this means, and never mind, I mean, first of all, you should, take a look at how you want to place a stop loss and all that. You've got to watch that video, okay? It goes into all the detail. But the limit offset is kind of crucial. What that means is, let's just say you get an alert. I get an alert, I want to trade this REVB as an example. And I get the alert at 244, but it's moving so fast that by the time, even though you're trying to auto trade, by the time, the system can even auto trade it, it's at 250. In other words, 6 cents past the alert price. So that's what the limit offset is all about. You're basically saying, okay, if I get an alert, how far outside of the alert price am I willing to take the trade? So if your limit offset says 2 cents or 3 cents, you may never get any trades because stocks are moving fairly quickly. All right? So that's what the limit offset is all about. It's typically why when people say, hey, I got an AI alert, I have it all set up in auto mode, and it didn't take the trade. That's probably the number one reason why it didn't take the trade. Now, I don't go into this in a big way because I'm not a big fan of auto trading, all right? But again, you need to do it. Yeah, you've got to do it every single day. You've got to turn it on every day. And you should want to do that, okay? You should know that you're doing auto trading. You can't forget, go away for a day, a couple of days, forget it's on, come back and you don't have any money left, okay? Yeah, you can manually close a trade, but please watch the video. Watch the video. The Brokerage Plus video. Please watch the second video is a lot longer. Michael Noss put it together, and it covers virtually everything that you have to know. Okay? All right, guys. Well, many of you are tracking this one, the DWAC, another pop here. I don't see that CFVI is following yet. I don't see that. Usually they trade fairly closely together, so keep an eye on this one to see if this one starts moving. I just popped it in again. Okay, there it is, Brokerage Plus. Tom, TRD is impossible for me to know. You'd have to literally give me a cloud link. Okay, I could take a look at it, but it's impossible for me to know. without seeing what the filters you've got. All right, so I'm going to keep an eye on the ATUS again. Modest profit on it. I'll see what happens if it takes out these lows here. I think that was the low of the pre-market. Denver! I know you're looking at ISPO. I know you are. Ooh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. I mean, look at that spread. Yeah, that's very hard to trade, I think. Denver, I don't know if you can hear me, but that's an atrocious spread. I mean, if it drops, $2 or $3, that's fine, but that's a tough spread for IPSO. ISPO, sorry, ISPO. Sugar. I lost sight of that Ntco. I wanted to take this short. There we go, ATUS. Why is this happening? My headset. Okay, just give me a moment, please. I have to switch. Thank you, Pepe. You're my mute master now. So I only have the watch list up. I don't have the watch list down in my channel. But I give you my layout. I'll give you my layout, okay, TRD? It's so hard for me to know when questions like, well, how come I'm not seeing this data, or how come, without actually seeing what you've got, for your filters and all that, it's really hard. And I can't do it here. You don't have to send you to our tech, then they can take a look at your account. But this is my layout. Okay, I've just put my layout in. What I would do, if you want to load my layout that you see here with also the AI, you'll see the AI. This is a doc. What I would do is, first of all, make sure if you've got a layout, make sure you save it to the cloud, okay? And then what I would do, if you just want to follow my layout, I would click on Windows. Once you've saved it to the cloud, your layout to the cloud, you can close all your windows, so you'll have a blank slate, and then you can load my layout, and this is what you'll see, if that's what you want. All right, guys, Ntco. Very tight stop on this. Let's see if this has any more legs down. This is on that break of the 10. Otherwise, TRD, I'm going to have to, you'll just have to go to our homepage and ask them what's happening, okay? I do apologize. They just said I don't have access to your account. I don't know what's going on with your account. Meanwhile, okay, so are the EVs a lot? Well, actually, this is an earnings play. I didn't realize Fisker was an earnings play. Really didn't do much in the pre-market. FSR, earnings play. Of course, a lot of people have followed this one in the past. 200-day moving average, far enough away. Pre-market, after hours, it got up to 1450. Out of the price range, I do like to trade with the AI, but if you took this one, the AN, another earnings play, and this was a short. All right, this is a great example of why, just because the AI got out of this trade, because some, what I call artificial target got hit, why would you ever get out of this trade if you had shorted it? Okay? I guess they had some kind of I'm trying to see what the target was, but it doesn't really matter. If you got into this short right here, and this is moving down, you can see there was the target, okay? Why would you get out of the trade? I mean, look at it. So this is why we always say, it's very difficult for us to know. People ask all the time, well, we can show you the stats for when the AI gets out of every trade, okay? But that is not, in my opinion, the way to use the AI. It's like a watch list. So if you were in this trade, this AN short, in a million years, you would, just because there's a target there at 111, which is basically $1 away, why would you get out of the trade? It's working and working and working. Okay? Just not enough data pre-market, Timothy, okay? It's just designed that way. Obviously, yes, there are some movers and shakers in the pre-market. No, Timothy, I don't know why your message was retracted, but if you can hear me, yeah, the AI doesn't start working until 9:35, just the way it is. There's Yes, there are situations where you've got some stocks with a lot of volume in the pre-market, but just not enough. So we made a decision. AI is only going to work 9:35 onwards. That's all. Same with back testing. I mean, I agree. There's a lot more action in the pre-market now than there ever used to be, but I'm not saying it'll never do it, but I somehow doubt it. I mean, look how many alerts there have been right now. There have been, what, 5 alerts today? I don't know how many more there will be. If those strategies were running in the pre-market, it may not get anything. So it's just the way it is. Okay, Ntco working modestly well. ATUS working modestly well. I mean, you can see what's happening with the AI also. Well, I'll go into this in a little bit. I mean, like AND, earnings play. Pega, earnings play. MGY, earnings play. You can see why we love earnings. UPST is not technically an earnings play today, but a couple of days ago, yesterday, it was an earnings play. AMPL, earnings play. FVRR, earnings play. These are the dynamic movers. These are the ones, so everything, except for I think MGY, no, they're all earnings plays basically that are showing up. Don't know, well, can you add it? IYT on your ETF list? Is it in a symbol list that you added, James? Look at this, guys. There's our green bar ignored now on the SPY. The SPY is cruising downwards again. So is IYT in an ETF list that you created? I wonder if James can hear me. Okay, so it doesn't trade very much. Okay, do you have a minimum volume? Because it's only 22,000 shares, so it doesn't trade very much. Also, it's BATS, so which I think. Do you have BATS selected? Okay, as one of the exchanges. An option play, listen to real, an option play lower. So James, did that make sense? You have to have BATS? Okay, good. Thoughts on SMFL? Sounds like a football league. Smart for life. Yeah, my thoughts are this is a disaster. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, so I can't even think about shorting this. I guess this was this an IPO yesterday? I don't recall it yesterday, but so I have no thoughts. Well, my thoughts are it's a disaster. But I can't short it. Whoa, ISPO. No, good thing we didn't try to short it here. But it's still a bad spread. It's a tough, tough spread. Boy, I mean, I missed the boat on a few of these from the 10-day daily breakdown. There are days when we should only get one or two, and this list is really starting to fill up now. Yeah, the SPY is below. Take a look at the SPY. There's yesterday's low. All right, guys, what time is it? Almost 10:30. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. So we are in the 4th day of the test drive. You can still sign up for it if you want. You will not get, I'm going to show you what this says when I put the link in. All right, so I put the test drive link in. When you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So it's over on the 28th, okay? So you're not going to get the full 2 weeks. You had to start on the 14th to the 20 and to run to the 28th. You would have got 10 trading days. So if you sign up now, you'll get the balance of today plus 6 trading days. Monday is a market holiday, all right? So that's why we extended it to the 28th also. So Monday is a market holiday. So again, if you sign up today, you'll get the balance of today plus 6 trading days. It will cost $11.11. You'll have access just as if you are a full premium subscriber. The only issue is you will not be able to auto trade anything. Okay, that's the only difference. Also open to those of you who are standard subscribers. You want to test out our premium service for those 6 days. Well, balance of today plus 6 trading days, you can do so. Now, when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do, okay? There's nothing to unsubscribe from. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? So don't worry about that. We get a lot of comments about that. What happens when it's over? When it's over, it's over. Nothing to do. Now, if you're part of this test drive and you have created some scans, perhaps, maybe you've created a layout, save everything you've done to the cloud. Why? Because if you decide at a later date, and that later date could be a day after the test drive, a week, a month, 10 years, as long as you sign up using the same email address that you use for the test drive, everything you've done will be available to you as long as you save it to the cloud. You just have to use the same email address you used to sign up for the test drive. Okay? So that's the test drive. So, if you can afford $11.11 for, basically 7 days, then go for it. We only do this 3 or 4 times a year. And now, my home page. Give me a moment as I get these links in. Oh, you know what? I forgot to mention this. We do have a promo code right now. Well, you'll see. I'll have to pop this into the YouTube room. It's 20% off. This will be for President's Day, okay, but it's valid right now. Chief 20, you'll see, this is the promo code. Chief 20 for 20% off the first month only or the entire year. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, a little bit better than the 15 that I offer. So if you click on my homepage, this is what you'll see. So here it is, Chief 20 for 20% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, we have 4 plans. So we have a premium, standard, annual, monthly. Premium $22.68 a year minus that 20%. Standard $10.68 a year minus that 20%. And again, the big difference is the AI, which I'll go over. There's the N right here. Go over that in a little while. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, that's fine. You can, $118, $228, you can apply the 20% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you would pay going forward. However, if you take out a subscription today with that 20% off, and within 30 days you'd like to upgrade to an annual, you can do so and we'll honor the 20%. More information on my homepage. These are 3 free sections. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. And then all of the education that we have. I'm going to click on this. We've got a great user guide. Click on the user guide. And if you scroll down, you'll see there are a lot of sections that you can just click on very quickly. People who are interested in the stock racing, okay, there's a section on stock racing. But there's sections on price alerts, the alert windows, top list windows, etc. So it's all categorized like this, but we also have a searchable table of contents. So the user guide is excellent, in my opinion. If I were you, though, I would probably just take the 20 introductory lessons to begin, if you're brand new. Because this very quickly goes over, what is a top list, build a top list, alert windows, creating alert windows, all the way down to that Brokerage Plus that I talk about, and the AI, which we nickname Holly. So you could take a look at this first, and then go to the user guide. Again, the user guide is very comprehensive. You don't have to learn everything that's in there. Think of it like MS Word manual. You don't have to learn everything in that manual. Oops, let me get, okay. Introductory lesson. So if you keep scrolling down in that education section, daily support session. So today's Thursday. You'll hear me refer to a YouTube room all day long. I moderate both rooms, same time. I do take a break at noon. So between 12 and 1 of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room. Today being Thursday, it should be Jamie. Okay, I'll confirm that before I take my break, and I'll also put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there from the main room. The webinars, no webinars for these 2 weeks, this week or next week while the test drive is on. We'll resume after that, but you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is a great series, guys. Michael Knotts of Trade Ideas put this together. Starts off with what is a stock, okay? All free. All free. So we have a lot of information in my education section. Okay? Plus, here are my scans. So here are the scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. You can kind of pick and choose which ones you might like. Hopefully I've named them to make sense. Okay, so a lot of my scans that I am sharing. So in these 2 sections, lots of information. Okay, a lot of information. So save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. Okay. Now, what the heck is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. Okay? Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. I always say that about where you live in the world because it's funny, we get a lot of questions. I mean, I live in, Hungary, whatever. Can I use Trade Ideas? Yes. Doesn't matter where you live. And again, it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So, you noticed in the previous section, I talked about the scans that I'm sharing. But if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. So here's an example of a scan right here, the basic new highs and lows. So again, this is for every window, but virtually every single window that you see. If you right click, configure, summary, that's going to tell you what the scan is looking for. So in this case, it's looking for stocks between $1 and $20. These are the filters. You see these icons, and these are the filter icons. So you always start off with some filters. If I didn't have filters, and this is what we call a trigger, or the alert. If I just said, well, I don't want to have any filters, just show me stocks making new highs all day long, obviously I'd be inundated with alerts. So you always start off with some filters to kind of get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between 1 and 20. Current volume is 8. That's a powerful filter that we have. It means it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day, etc. I'm just trying to show you the concept of when you build your own scans, you always start off with some filters. So if stock meets these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. You can see only one of them, only one stock today has met these filter requirements. And if you're saying, well, gee, I want more, well, then you'd have to start relaxing some of these filter values. Make the current volume maybe 3 instead of 8. I don't do that. I'd rather have fewer than, look how many are making the new lows, based on what the market's doing today. So the good news, you do not have to learn a programming language. Again, if I right click, configure, now I'm going to click on search. These are all of the alerts that we have. I'm going to scroll. I'm not going to go over them all, of course, but I'm just going to scroll down. And then when you get to these icons, these are the filters that we have. Now, please don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. I go back to my Microsoft Word analogy. You look at that manual. You don't have to learn everything in it. But what we've done is we feel we've created enough alerts and filters that we've got thousands of subscribers, different trading styles, that we feel that we've created enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, but you don't have to learn them all, of course. So no programming language to learn. Now, we also have a lot of scans that we're sharing. If you click on our toolbar, click on New, and then Docked Channel Bar. Docked Channel Bar. And these are all theme-based channels. So for instance, if I click on the Momentum channel, this is what I'm going to see. And you'll see we've included a lot of races within these channels. And again, if you want to learn more about races, I'll go over it in a little more detail myself, but click on the user guide and find that TI race section, okay? It's got a couple of videos, it's got a lot of text that explains what the races are all about. Well, let's just say, for instance, argument's sake, you looked at this Momo scan and you thought, wonder what it's all about. Again, right-click, configure, summary. Right-click, configure, summary. This is telling you exactly what it's looking for. Okay, so if you liked it the way it is right now, and you wanted to incorporate it as part of your layout, you could do so. But if you wanted to modify it, maybe you don't like this price range. Same thing goes with my scans that I'm sharing. If you don't like something in it, like the price range, or maybe you want a different minimum volume, or just change it, you can do so, of course. Very simple. You just click on the the icon, and change the price if you want. So now I changed it to 10 and 50 instead of 1 and 50. I click on summary, you see how it's changed. And then you say OK. So if you like this window, this scan, you thought, you know what, I'd love to have that part of my layout. I don't want to have to keep coming back to the different channels to see these. So all you do is you right click and duplicate into free floating window. And what that does is now it is free floating. You can see it's floating around. Now I can save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud. Click on save and save. I'm not going to do it because I've already done it a few times. It's already up there. Okay, but I'm going to explain why you save things to the cloud. And so now you can go to another channel and another channel. You can start seeing the different scans that we've got that you might be interested in them. Now, a word about this too. I made the change, but if I go to the Alpha Predator channel, which is looking for stocks that are kind of, trading a little bit abnormally, the action is heating up as an example. Do you like the idea of that one? Save it to the cloud. If I go back to the momentum channel though, and I check out that Momo scan, and I right click, configure, summary, you might go, hey, wait a minute, I made a change. I made the change to 10 and 50. Well, the change, if you keep on the channel, of course the change will remain. The minute you leave the channel though, nothing is saved. The reason being is that these channels are for everyone. So the fact that you want to make a change to something doesn't mean necessarily that others want the same change. So, but really what I'm trying to explain is that you can go to the different channels, extract scans that you might like, save them to the cloud, and then you file, load from cloud from our toolbar, and you will see, if you've never done it before, then you'll start to see them. So here it is. I did this before. There's Momo. I load it. I go to another one, load it. Okay, and that is a way in which you can create your own layout without actually having to build a scan from scratch. Okay? Once you do it a few times, it becomes very, very easy. So now a word about the AI. To make it super, super easy, click on, from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades Window. When you do that, this is the window that you will see, okay? So there's nothing for you to do. These alerts just happen, if you incorporate this as part of your layout, then tomorrow when you open up Trade Ideas, assuming you open before 9:30 Eastern, this window will be blank. You just let the alerts happen. Okay? How you trade them will be up to you. There's no video that's going to say, okay, you got this alert, now what do I do? This is where some trading experience comes in. Do you want to take the trade? I never, ever, ever take a trade unless, number one, I click on the alert. Doesn't matter if it's from the AI or one of my alerts. I always click on the alert, check to see what's happening on the charts, what's happening with the, if I got a long alert, something that suggests I should go long something, and I'm watching the market do this, I may have to pause a little bit, all right? So this is where, market experience or some trading experience is going to come in, and that's why we have a simulator, which I'm going to go into. Practice trading before. So, but how you trade this will be up to you. We call this man and machine. The machine, of course, the AI, is going to give you the alerts automatically, and then you will trade them how, if it meets your trading plan. We do have, there's an entry, and there's a stop. Okay, and how you trade it will be up to you. So A1 Gaming, I'm going to show you how you can start your own, or we do have some, the question was how to get to race window. But first, what I'm going to do is I want to give you this on my home page. You should watch this first, okay? Okay, so it'll bring you, when you click on my link, it'll bring you to this page. Then click on the education section, click here, okay? And then click on the user guide, and then scroll down to where it says TI stock race. When you click on this, this has got a lot of information about, you know, the whole idea and the concept of stock racing. Okay, take the time to read this first. Do this first, okay? Because it goes into a lot of detail, and there are 2 videos there. So, you know, you want to learn more about it, you know, take the time. This is a software program, okay? So take the time to do it. We also have some channels that we created. If you click on New from the toolbar and click on New from the toolbar and then Dock Channel Bar, we have some races set up, and we're going to add more and more. So for instance, if you're interested, take a look at the S&P 500. You know, some people like to see what the overall, the S&P is doing as an example. So what this is going to do, S&P 500, who's moving up, who's moving down. And the races start, it takes 30 seconds to start. We're trying to reduce that to 5 seconds. In a 10-minute race, it doesn't matter that much, but you know, that's what the goal is, to reduce it to 5 seconds. But and so what the race is all about is, it takes a top list, and the race has started. So it takes a top list, and then in that top list, it starts showing the stocks that are moving within that top list. Now, typically a top list, you know, you might have a top list, and you say, and you might create it so, you know, well, I want to see all the stocks that are up the most today. And so you can have that as a column and sort on it, and you'll see the stocks that are up the most today. But the stocks that are up the most today, they may not be moving that much. You know, maybe they're just sort of sitting there. They're still up the most, but maybe there's something in the middle that is, you know, that is not, you know, say you've got a top list that shows you the stocks that are up 20%, some are up 18%, 17%, and you've got a top list with 20 symbols in it. There might be a stock that's only up, say 5%, but maybe it's starting to move. And you wouldn't necessarily see it because you're kind of focused on the top ones. But the top ones may not be moving. Well, this is what the race does. It doesn't care where it's ranked in the top list. If it's moving, you'll start to see it, and it'll move to the top here. And I'm not saying, you know, so here's MRO. It's only at 5 cents, but this gives you this. Some people like to see the overall SPY. So but that is the concept of the top list racing. Okay, the racing. So for instance, for me, because I'm a person who typically looks at stocks only near the high or the low of the day, I will miss stocks that, you know, maybe in the middle of the pack and then they're starting to move. So if I see something, you know, I'm not fixated on this, but if I saw something that was, say, 5%, 4%, then I'd be clicking on the alert to say, oh, what's happening with this one? Maybe it's, you know, coming from a bit of consolidation down here and it's starting to move. That'll get me interested in it. And you can create your own races, okay? That video shows you. So you can take your own top list, create your own top list with your own symbols that you may want to track all day long, and create a race based on just your symbols. Yeah, well, the usual suspects, guys. So when the market's doing this, now we're starting to see, you know, for a while there, even if the market, not in the last little while, but the market could be going down. And gold, you know, you usually always see gold moving higher when the market's moving down. But now there is definitely the connection. All right, NTCO almost stopped me out. Got up to 10. Almost stopped me out, but I'm still in it. NTCO, not doing huge for me, but it's at least it's working a little bit. So again, this window that you see here that is called Brokerage Plus. And this is a short that I took yesterday, in the simulator. 200 short of space. You can see there's my entry. There's the last. I kept it overnight. I'm just going to put this Brokerage Plus link in again. Yeah, I actually didn't realize. Wow, ISPO got halted. Oh my gosh. So this was a SPAC, I guess, a couple of days ago. Well, remember we were looking to short this one. It's a good thing we didn't. And there were no shorts available. Now, anyway, I thought there might have been shorts available earlier. So I think this must have been, wow, this was a SPAC that turned into ISPO. Wow, this has been an awesome one, obviously, for a while anyway. This was TVAC before, is that correct? Yeah, this was a SPAC. Didn't see this one. I've been, the SPACs have not been performing well, but holy smokes, look at this. Whew. Well, anyway, Brokerage Plus window. First of all, only available if you're using our app. If you're using the web-based version, it's not available. So you have to be using our app for this Brokerage Plus window to be available. Now, the video, the Brokerage Plus link that I put in there, there's 2 videos. The short video shows if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? You notice there's 2 options underneath Brokerage Plus. One says live, one says simulation. So, but please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this window that we call Brokerage Plus. It's a feature, it's an option. It's there if you happen to have an IB or E-Trade account. If you have an IB or E-Trade account, you don't have to use it, but it's a feature, it's a nice feature if you want to use it. I just want to emphasize that because people seem to get the wrong idea that if I don't have an IB or E-Trade account, I can't use Trade Ideas. No. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. It's just that this feature is only available if you have IB or E-Trade, okay? Hopefully that's very, very clear. Now, the second big use of it is as a simulator. You notice that's the other option. So what you do to get into simulation mode, I'm going to disconnect. See, it says now not connected. That's what you should see. So you click on sim, and then it'll eventually say something, account or something like that. Okay, select account. Okay, select account, click on that and then just click on simulated trading. Now you're in simulation trading mode, okay, paper trading mode. Now it uses our real-time data. Boy, look, it's KNBE, another one of these gap up and reverses, earnings play. I mean, this was positive. I mean, this is very positive up here. Look at this. Again, guys, during earnings season, this gap continuation or reverse scan is a very powerful scanner, okay? If that's all you looked at, especially when we're in earnings season, that would probably give you enough without looking at anything else. And it's one of the scans I'm sharing. Okay, once you're in simulation mode, and again, it uses our real-time data, you don't even need a broker, okay? And it's part of the standard service. All you need is our standard service to practice trading. And I cannot emphasize enough to practice trading before you practice with your real money. So, very simple to do. You just click on an alert and the symbol shows up. The question is there an aftermarket scanner? Yes, Brian. If you click on new, docked channel bar, and then if you scroll down, after hours, there's an after hours channel, okay? Obviously nothing is going to be in here because it doesn't start working till after hours, okay? You got market most up and down in the post-market volume leaders, post-market movers, okay? So we do have an after hours channel. And it's called after hours. So it's one of the channels. So again, super simple to use. You just click on the alert. So let's just say we wanted to trade this REVB. Now REVB is up because Roth has put a very aggressive price target on it of $12. Why not? If you don't believe me, here it is. So let's just take this trade, just for fun. We'll take this trade in the simulator. I'm going to take 500 shares because we're just going to go over a little bit of market management. The spread, I won't take this one. The spread is a little tough. So let's do another one. All right, let's take Joby. Again, I'm just demonstrating how you do this, okay? I'm going to take 500 shares of Joby. I'm going to buy it at the market. The spread's only a penny, so it'll probably take the trade around 525. There we go, 525. And again, the sound did not. Okay, just a minute here. Because you can put a sound alert when it takes a trade on the actions. I did set it up yesterday, but for some reason it didn't. Okay. I'll go over sound alerts in a little bit. Sorry guys, this is driving me crazy because this a new build again that we're trying. Okay, there it is. Okay, so here I am in the Joby at 525. There was my entry. I'm going to put a stop at 505 to make the math super simple. Explain what I'm. Okay, you'll see there, actually right on 100. So you see a big red line, it says minus 100. So if you're not understanding what I'm doing, when you get into trading, in my opinion anyway, you should find all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. All sorts of reasons. All right, you should have some kind of a checklist that until you can check every box, you don't take the trade. Now don't go crazy. Don't have like 100 things that have to happen, otherwise you'll never take a trade. Okay, and this is where the practice for you will take place, will happen. You know, I can't tell you what your checklist will be. Most of the things that I see, I can check the box. Why? Because in the scans that I create, I know it's always going to be in a price range that I want to see. I know the minimum volume will be okay. I know the relative volume will be what I want, you know, and a couple other things perhaps. So I don't really have to, so it's not like I'm starting from scratch and I click on an alert and think, oh, wait a minute, this is not the price range I want, so I discount it. I know immediately, you know, because of my filters that I put scans, most of everything is going to be checked. Now, what is not going to be checked, of course, is when I click on the alert. Now I sort of examine what I see on a chart, and that's where, I guess my trading experience comes in. So again, look for reasons not to take a trade. Have a checklist. Until you can check everything, don't take the trade. Be selective. Okay, be selective. So once you if you get that concept, the next thing is, okay, but even if you can check everything, and even if it looks fantastic, not only can you check all the boxes, but it had earnings, and the earnings looked like blowout earnings. They were guiding well. Even then, some trades just don't work. I know it's hard to imagine, but some trades just don't work, even though everything looks like the most fantastic setup. So you have to have a price. The way I trade anyway, you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade. And that's the stop. And you'll see it says minus 100. So how did that happen? Well, the next step is, okay, first of all, if you agree with me that there should be a price. Now, how I do it a little bit visually. I look at a chart and I try to size up where I think there is some support. Breaks down through that support level. I want to be out of the trade. If I were starting out, to make it super simple, I would maybe take the low of the previous 5-minute candle, okay? Because that you don't have to kind of size up a chart and think, oh, I wonder if that's support. The low of the previous 5-minute candle is a definite number, okay? So I would start out practicing maybe doing that, the low of the previous 5-minute candle. And that'll share size you, because the next thing is, okay, how much are you willing to lose on the trade if it doesn't work? You notice it says minus 100. In the simulator, I'm always showing a risk of $100. That's the worst I want to do on the trade, okay? The way I trade is I keep my risk amount virtually the same for every trade I get into. So I'm not risking 100 the first trade, 1,000 the next, $2 the next. I keep it about the same every single trade I get into. And that is going to share size me. Okay? How did that share size me? Well, for purposes of this demonstration, I took 500 shares. Notice my entry was at 525. Let me just expand this window a bit. And my stop is at 505. Difference is 20 cents. So that share sized me. That's why I took 500 shares. Now again, I would know this going in. I know what my entry is. I know what my stop is. I take the difference, which is 20 cents. I divide that into $100. That got me 500 shares. So it's not like I take the same number of shares every trade. There's a little bit of math to do. That's why you've got to practice, okay? To get used to doing this. Now, very simple to obey your stop in the simulator. If I get stopped out here 100, oh well, it's not my real money, so oh well, move on. When you start trading, sometimes it's really hard to obey your stop. You cannot believe the trade's not working. Everything seemed fantastic, great setup, everything looked great. But again, as I said before, even though the setups look good, and sometimes even the best setup doesn't work. So when you start trading, sometimes, it becomes really difficult. Your ego gets in the way and you will not obey your stop. So that $100 manageable loss becomes $200, becomes $300, becomes $400, $500, $1,000 before you finally get out of the trade and you start kicking yourself. Why did I not obey my stop? You didn't obey your stop because, well, first of all, you start second guessing your stop. Maybe that stop was too tight. Maybe even though I practice a lot, maybe this one, this should have been a different stop. I should also back up. If you can't make money in the simulator, forget about trying to trade. Okay, just forget about it. You cannot make money in a simulator when there is no motion involved. Forget about trying to make money. Unfortunately, though, even if you can make money in the simulator, it doesn't necessarily translate to making money when you start trading, because then emotion comes into it. Just like I was saying, not obeying your stop, allowing a manageable loss to turn into a lot more than you wanted it to. Now, almost worse is not obeying your stop, seeing it go, you're losing $200, $300, $400, and then it does turn around and it bounces back, and now you're up $200 or $300, and you pat yourself on the back and you go, wow, I'm really glad I didn't obey my stop. Will that happen? Of course it will, and it could happen a few times. All I'm saying is that, having a stop, for me anyway, it's all about money management. If you want to last doing this, money management is so crucial. Okay, that's it, guys. I'm off my soapbox. I can only tell you, over the school. I mean, nobody was telling me all this stuff when I first started trading. And I'm not trying to say I'm the be-all and the end-all to traders, okay? I don't teach trading so much, but certainly money management is so incredibly important. You're like, does an Adderall do that? Adderall or something do that? Beta blockers. All right, well, this has not been an easy one, but the Addis is working again. It's not been a super easy one because it's been a little bit choppy, but it is working. And Real is our resident, among others, a resident comedian. And guys, an excellent trader, okay? Real helps out in the room a lot. He's busy, but he's very willing when he's able to help people. He's got a more regimented style of trading than I do. Okay, let's see what's happening here. Yeah, the Ntco has been a bit choppy also. I'm just going to try to hang on. Never got stopped out. Mildly positive now. Again. All right, now, guys, I am going to start. I don't know if I can get this one. I'm going to try. I just want to see if they'll even fill me. Yeah, I got a fill on the AMPL. I thought because it was down so much, I wouldn't get a fill where I wanted. So it hits 20, I'm out. I actually got a fill at 1991 on the short. So I see the AI took it at 1989 on the short. So we'll see. It's the one, my big miss of the day. But I don't beat myself up because, I'm never going to take a trade, at 9:30. In this case, it just absolutely rocketed on the way down immediately. But too many times you see in the first 15 minutes, you see stocks moving up and down. And so I've just conditioned myself not to take trades so early. And condition myself also to realize that, there are going to be times where taking a trade early would have, it would have really worked. But many times they don't. No, I didn't take very much of it because I was actually just testing to see whether I'd get it or not. And actually got almost an instant fill, which was surprising to me. No, I don't understand what you're saying, TRD. It doesn't matter the price of security. I mean, if you have a stop should be based on something, whether it's the low of the previous 5-minute candle or a 15-minute candle, or sizing up where you think a support area is on the chart, whether it's a penny stock or Peloton or any. I mean, I don't see your rationale. But hey, listen, I don't want, if what you're doing is working, by all means keep doing it. I mean, when you say an aggressive stop, an aggressive stop to me means that you're not putting your stops correctly. I mean, there is an argument. I think I know what you mean. I mean, you could be saying, especially if you're trading off 2-minute charts. If you're trading off 2-minute charts or 1-minute charts, and yeah, I mean, that's why I don't trade off 2-minute or 1-minute charts. People ask me that all the time. The minimum I'll look at is a 5-minute chart. The minimum. And that's why you practice, though. I mean, if you keep getting stopped out, yeah, you have to, and everything that you're trading, then you've got to re-examine where you're putting your stops. Meanwhile, choppy galore, but GME, look at it, up and down, but and AMC probably looking the same. It's just a little bit over that 20 mark. No, Alex. This was demonstration purposes. Okay, This is in the simulator. I didn't actually take this trade. I was just demonstrating it in the simulator how you can do it. Okay. Obviously, it would have worked out very well. I was just using it as a practice example. Now, here's the other thing, guys. If you don't get out of the trade at the end of the day, then this becomes a swing trade. Okay, so you can practice swing trading using our simulator. If you don't exit the trade, and that's what happened with the space. I'm going to exit the trade. Just want to show you though. To exit anything all at once, these are hotkeys. I'm going to flatten that trade. That's what flatten does. I could have got out of half my position. Okay, I could have got out of half my position, or I could have doubled my position. These are some hotkeys that you can use. Now, you can also do things like this. Let's just say maybe I wanted to take what I will call a conditional trade, condition on it hitting a certain price. So for instance, if I thought, you know what, I like this space, but maybe if it takes out the top of these two candles right there, 964, maybe it'll start to run. Okay. The same principle though. If I know I want to take this trade at 964, okay, I have to know if I take the trade where my stop would be if it works against me. Okay, but just for again these purposes, I'm going to put 964 in both of these price boxes. 964 in the price and 964 in the stop. And you're going to see what happens. I'm going to click the buy button and a blue line will appear on the chart. Give me a moment here on the AMPL. So there's a blue line that appears on the chart, okay? Hard to see right here, right there. Okay, maybe you see this up here on the 2-minute chart. So if it gets up to 264, it'll take the trade. Okay? You could also do it on a pullback. If I thought, you know what? I like to take this trade if it pulls back to 926. Do the same thing. I'll get rid of that. You can always get rid of. So for instance, if this started approaching, this limit, but I thought, you know what, I don't like the way it's trading though. The market's tanking, and even though it's getting close to where I said I would take the trade, you don't have to. You just click on the orders in the order tab, right click, and cancel. Cancel the order. Okay, so you see the line disappeared. And now I can do the same thing. Instead, just the reverse. I want to take it if it moves down to 926. Again, I'm not saying this is what you would do really, but I'm just showing the mechanics. So let's do 926. And in both boxes here, 926. And click the buy button, and then you'll see a blue line right there. So it'll take the trade. See, it says it'll buy 200 shares at 926. And again, the same thing though. If I didn't want to do it now, I can just get rid of that order. Practice in the simulator. And the same thing goes though, knowing that if I did take this trade at 926, I would know where I would get out if the trade didn't work. And that would share size me. So again, if I thought my stop was going to be 906, to make the math easy, that's 20 cents away. I would have put 500 shares as the order. Zach, good morning. Brokers Plus is not enabled for TDA, no. Please don't ask when or why or how or if. I have no idea. Well, it's funny, Zach, because that showed up on your, of course, on your topping scan. I was talking about it. It showed up what price? At $27.90, and at that point, well, there were no shares available anyway, but the spread was awful. Hey, look at this ANPL. Right on. I should have taken more shares. So a rarity for me, guys. I'm in 3 trades at the same time. I am in 3 trades at the same time. It was very rare for me to be in that. Usually no more than 2. I didn't expect to get the AMPL. So I'm in the ATIS, I'm in the AMPL, I'm in the Ntco. ATIS worked okay. A little bit choppy. The Ntco was, I'm modestly up in that one. And notice, guys, I don't tell anybody to buy or sell or do what I do. I just point it out. And I say, okay, this is what I'm looking at. If it makes sense for you to do the same thing, fine. If it doesn't, then you don't take the trade. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, we'll see, Rubber Toe. We'll see. I know what you're saying. All right, here's a gap up and go. Rhythm Pharmaceuticals. So this is not an earnings play. It's a gap up and go. Very choppy, even on the 15-minute chart. Must have some news. Ladenburg Thalmann upgraded them with a $15 price target. It's only double the current price. Okay, here's a good lesson here, guys. Or lesson, whatever you want to call it. So, two good columns to have. Total P&L, max P&L, or three good columns, and the distance from the exit price, okay? Notice here, my max P&L for Joby, when I was when I was in the trade, the max I could have made was 82.50. Okay, obviously when it got up to here. So where I exited the trade, again, this is in the simulator, I only made 32. Now to me, that's not great trading. Worse if you saw 500 max P&L and you allowed it to keep going down, down, down. When you finally exited the trade, you only made $32. That would obviously not go, or even worse, you lose money, okay? So this can be a bit of a good gauge for you to show you how well are you managing your exits. I mean, there's one thing, to buy something, but then you've got to, figure out, okay, where am I going to start taking some profit? And how good are my exits? And then the distance from the exit price, this is going to show you, okay, where I got out, where is it in relation to where I got out? So in this particular case, it says 5 cents. All right, so it's telling me, yeah, it's 5.34. It's 5 cents above where I got out. Now, what you want to see is a nice big negative number, right? You can pat yourself on the back and say, oh, great, where I got out, look where it is now. It's $1 or $2 or $3 underneath where I got out. So, good idea, in my opinion, to have these three columns up and running. So it gives you an idea. Yeah, but TRD, a 20-cent stock and a $10 penny stock. The 20-cent stock would have to make sense though, okay? It has to be based on something. To me, a stop is a stop is a stop. If you're using the low of a previous 5-minute candle as an example, yeah, in a $10 stock, it could be, 30 cents, 40 cents, could be 20 cents. For Apple, it could be $6. It really. So I don't. But if you're struggling with it, then you're going to have to figure out a different way to do your stops. It sounds like you're saying, well, 20 cents is, I just want to have a 20-cent stop on all stocks under $10. In my opinion, it has to be based on something. All right, CFVI is now starting to catch up to the DWAC, DWAC, a little bit. Remember when we last looked, this was starting to move down actually. DWAC, very choppy, very difficult in my opinion to trade, but on an intraday basis, but trend is up. DWAC. All right, guys. Well, I got out of the AMPL. It worked for a while. I was hoping it might even get all the way down to 19. I may re-enter it. You know, it's so weak. There's a little bit of a pop on it, so I did okay on it. So I still have the ATUS. No reason for me to cover my ATUS short. I re-entered that short. And then the NTCO, I mean, there's no reason for me to get out of it. Just want to see if it has, you know, it's just kind of basing here for a while. The low right there is 960, so just have to see what happens. I mean, I'm in at 1195, so I'm sorry, 1095. I'll get it right. How about 995? Let's take a look at what Real is talking about in terms of pay. So yeah, weak earnings play, very, very weak. I mean, it's down 14%. Boy, is that the float? 13 million in the float for this price of a stock. That's very, very low. Meanwhile, guys, the market is inching up. And look what pay is doing, basically following the market. So that's why, you know, you get a market that's starting to look like this, the bounce plays will start to look a lot better. You know, you'll probably get a bigger bang for your buck on these bounce plays as long as the market keeps doing this. The key level is right here. Will it take out that high there? Afraid to look. Yeah, there it is. Woe is right. Woe is me if you were... Well, I mentioned this new a little earlier, NU. I don't see any specific reason. Tiger Global Management takes, so that was on the 14th. That was on Valentine's Day. Takes new stakes in NU. I see that on the 14th, but so that probably. That gave it a little. What am I doing? Look at the daily chart. I mean, that gave it a little bit of a lift, but not much. Is it Will Mead? Is that okay? He's talking about. Your link doesn't work. Oh, I know why. It's because it included my name. So it's a Will Mead stock. Yeah, he's got a following for sure. You still have to deal with a tough spread on that one, but of course, you know, the way it moved, $20, $30. The spread is $1 right now, 37.8, 38.10. I mean, the spread is just all over the place. Yeah, Starbulk. Is this an earnings play? Yeah, Starbulk is really moving here, guys. Another earnings play. Okay, well, RYTM moving on that upgrade. Looks like there's the next high looking left is 804 or so. So this could easily stall around that $8 mark. So this could turn into an interesting short if it cannot take out $8. Denver. I'm sure you're looking at ATI as a short. This is from Zach's topping tail scan, ATI, from Zach's topping tail scan. The alert was at 24.93, so it popped up right there. So it actually popped up to, wow, is that right? Yeah, so it popped up to 25.20 and now it's starting to move down a little bit. I don't see that one. Maybe that was earlier than... that's not showing up for me for some reason. Wonder why. You know why? There's a relative volume. I have a relative volume filter in. And so the relative volume is too light. But that's only 1.5. Let me just check what I've got. Maybe it's 1.5. Yeah, I don't have a filter that would be blocking unless it happened in the first 20 minutes. Maybe that's what it is. This is interesting though, guys. ATI as a short, especially if the market, look at the market now. The market is stalled a bit. All right, wake me or walk me. Oh, another one, all-time low. Earnings play. This is a Israeli. Couldn't get it. I could not get it. They wouldn't fill me at 13.52. Sugar. They would not fill me. There's only 79,000 shares, but that wasn't the issue. It's down 22%, the 10% uptick rule. Oh, that's too bad. That would have been an instant, almost instant gratification had they filled me. No, just a minute, please. I think my TV accidentally turned on. Just a minute. All right, cannot figure out what that background noise was. There's a little hockey game going on. All right, guys, 11:36. So in about 20 minutes, I'll be taking my break. I'm just going to confirm that it'll be Jamie in the YouTube room. when I do take my break. Man, anybody get this Wake Me? I call it Wake Me. Walk Me, WKME. Anybody get that? That was in the gap continuation or reverse scanner. Right here, 1353. I was trying to get it, I think 1351. It actually sat there for a bit, but again, that stupid uptick rule. They would not fill me, and then it just dropped. All right, guys, ATI. Now, a little bit of support here around 2475. I'm in this one now. This is from Zach Scan. Zach, are you here? Was that the real Zach? Is that the real Slim Shady? Seriously, is that you, Zach, or somebody assuming your alias? Do Canadians ever get sick? Ah, okay. Thank you, Jado. Okay. Ah, nuts. I forgot to get back into the AMPL. Shoot. So much going on. So we had Starbulk ripping higher. Now we got FRO also on earnings. So the shippers. And ATUS just made another new low for me. So I'm in a couple of shorts right now. I'm in the ATI. I'm still in that Ntco. Really hasn't moved too much. Look at Fresh. Look at Fresh. FRSH moving down also. Almost an all-time low. Yeah, guys. I mean, if you won't short, short, then you're. I'm not going to try to convince anybody, but I mean, there's a big part of the market you're missing. IJA. Denver. You should be in the ATI short. You know, guys, Denver asked me a question yesterday, and I really want to emphasize this. You know, it was a really good question he asked. He said, should I just concentrate on one thing? You know, well, especially if it seems to work well. And it seems like an obvious answer, but it's not so obvious. I mean, the obvious answer is, of course, if something is working well, then sure, just concentrate on that, like a specific scan. The problem is that we all are trying to catch everything. And I suffer the same way to a certain extent. I mean, I try to display a lot of different types of things also because, not everybody wants to trade the same way I do. So, but absolutely, if you find something and it's only going to give you 4 or 5 or 6 alerts a day, concentrate on that, figure out a way to trade them, And that'll make your trading a lot easier, a lot less complicated. Oh, I don't know. I've never even thought about it, JP. My shorts versus longs. I've never even thought about it. Um, Probably more short than long, but I couldn't tell you a percentage. But Denver, you're in the room. I mean, so what he was talking about was the topping plays from Zach. Okay, and that's all he was concentrating on. You only get about 4 or 5 a day. Some days you might only get 1 or 2. But if you're new to trading, now that's not an easy type of setup to trade. Okay, I will say that. But there's absolutely nothing wrong with trying to whittling it down to, if you just had one alert window, and you fine tuned it, and you're only getting a few alerts a day, but fine tuning it and figuring out a way to trade it. I mean, that's gold. And we have people asking us for scan after scan after scan after scan, and I'm wondering, well, what are they doing with them all? If they have them all loaded at the same time, you'll never get anything done. Oh, no, JP. No, it's got nothing. No, it could be long or short. No, I just find that in the first 15 minutes, the market is just too choppy. So, by experience, I used to try to trade right from the beginning. And but by experience, I was just frustrating myself. I'd get into something and then it would move right back down, or it'd short something, it would move right back up. Well, in those days, I was probably not shorting that much, and so I thought, I just can't keep trading like this. So I decided, just personally, I will, within reason. I mean, is there ever a time I'll take a trade in the first 15? Yes, but typically I just sit out the first 15. And my recommendation is even to sit out the first 30 if you're new. Things are just very, very choppy. Nothing worse than getting, take a trade right off the bat and you lose. Take another trade right off the bat and you lose. Now, the problem is that you can get into some severe revenge trading. Even if you had the proper stops in place, and so if you're risking $100 and you did obey your stop, but now you're down 200, and now you're thinking, man, oh man, now it just puts it gets you in a wrong trading frame of mind. And then, as I say, you can get into revenge trading, trying to make it all back up in a trade. Well, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. That helps. That helps. I mean, not that after 15 minutes, everything is rosy. The trend is set and it'll absolutely go the right way. Okay, guys, I had to take some profit on that ATI. Watching it as it ramped back up. Yeah, just a personal rule. Just a personal rule. And did I miss this one right off the bat? Yep. AMPL, look, 25.56. 1957 now. That's only a $6 run. Okay, did I miss it? Yep. I did get it later on for a little bit of a gain, and I may get back in it, but it's just one of those things though. It was too frustrating. Trading, even though you might have the best rules in place and you try to control your emotions, but you start taking some early trades and you constantly, you're in a lost position. It's like, sports, always down a touchdown, always down 2 goals, always down 3 runs, in the first inning or whatever, okay? You're always trying to climb back, crawl back. It's hard. Meanwhile, gold is just firing higher here, guys. Gold, GOLD. All right, am I going to re-enter this one? ATI. All right, I did get the confirmation that Jamie will be in the room at noon. Now, the other thing, Sandy, is why you're taking those trades. You know, if every time it reverses on you, you may have to re-examine the types of trades you're taking. Of course, like what is the trigger for you? What are those? You know, that checklist that I always talk about. You might have to revise that checklist. So, guys, the only thing I'm in now is that ATIS. I'm sorry, I'm still forgot. I'm in the snoozer, the Ntco. So I still have the ATIS, ATUS. All right, is that slamming starting to? Well, you're right. Now it's starting to, yeah, maybe take effect. It was maybe a delayed, 1 day delayed reaction with Spruce Point. Didn't really take effect yesterday. You know, it chopped around a lot, but hey, maybe today. And of course, these guys are super active. The Shaw Law Firm, you know, they seem to be everywhere. Anytime some company has a big loss, encouraging people to join some kind of a class action suit. Okay, so I had an alert set for the SPY at the high here. So bounce plays may start to work, guys. Okay, bounce plays may start to work. Well, shorting tops is not easy, Senna. It is not easy. This one, WKME. At this point, I don't think there are any shorts available on Interactive Brokers now. Oh yeah, there's still 79,000. When I looked last, there was 73,000. Another excellent one. Look at this. I mean, all these ones are making. Where's Craig? I don't know if Craig is still in the room. You know, a few months ago, we used to love these ones. They were making new lows, new all-time lows, especially on earnings or some bad news, and you just short them. No, this is just moving lower and lower. Look at this. I mean, look at this breakdown under 13 now for WKME. It might be its first, well, maybe not. Maybe its second earnings release. What do they do? Software reproducing. What? What do they do? Online guidance and engagement platform. Professional customer service, user experience, etc., etc. Sorry, guys, it's not working. Not working. Iris, the first scan that appeared was in the 10-day daily breakdown, or the first time I saw it, or did I see it in the gap continuation? No, same price. No, 13. Yeah, here's where I saw it at 13.53, at 11.34, At that point, it met all the filter requirements, so 1353, and it got all the way down to 1276. So that's one of the ones I'm sharing. 10-day daily breakdown. A lot of them are just fantastic today from that scan. Yeah, just go to my homepage. I'll give you my link. Go to my link and go to the sectors, I'm sorry, the scan section, and you'll find these are the 4, they're all here. This is the don't repeat version. This is a repeat version. Okay, you also have the daily breakout on the high side, but most of these on the low side. I mean, look at the AMPL, 2556, 1989 now. It's called the 10-day daily breakdown. Well, one is called Don't Repeat 10-day daily breakdown. And then this is just the version, the repeating version. So you see the stock over and over as it makes a new low. And then the 10-day daily breakout, don't repeat. And then again, you'll see the stock over and over as it makes a new high in this one. So it's the 4 of them, okay? Okay, guys, I'm getting out on the Ntco. Basically flat. You see, it's nudging above $10 now. So I had a little bit of profit in that one, but I was looking for a lot more. So I'm out of that, which is okay. The only one I'm in now is I'm still in the ATUS. And that came, of course, from a 10-day daily breakdown also. And here's another super weak one. VRM, vroom. EV play probably, right? Yeah, or used cars. Why would they? I would have thought used cars are selling for so much now, but whatever they're doing, it's not working. Well, you can put anything into the docked. You can put any when you say a custom scanner, you mean a scanner that you built yourself? Ah, I mean, these are all scans I built myself, and they're in a dock. So so I mean, yeah, that's the whole idea. You can take any alert window or topless window that you create and put them into a docked window if you want to do that. If you don't know how to do it, do yourself a favor and take a look in the guide. I'll help you later if it's still unclear. But take a look in the guide because it goes over docking in a lot of detail, okay? So it's a good reference for you. So if you click on my homepage, and let me get rid of some of these. Okay, so when you click on my homepage and go to the education section, click here, and then click on the user guide, and then you'll see docking somewhere. Docking. Okay, you click on that, and that I'm sure there's a video and lots of explanation about what docking is all about, how to start. But absolutely, that's the whole idea. You create your own scan, and you can put them in your docked windows if that's what you want to do. not just scans. I mean, here, I've got here are my thumbnail charts on another monitor that I've got all docked. Yeah, we're talking about the shorting the spikes and all that is probably one of the more difficult things to try to do. I mean, when they work great, but it is difficult because you're always trying to guess, well, is this a top? Is this a top? Is this a top? It worked out okay for me with the ATI, but it's certainly not a something that I would advocate, as Real says, for anybody starting out trading. Jamie is streaming now. Okay. So, guys, I will put the YouTube link in. Just give me a moment here, Jamie. I'll just want to put the YouTube link in so they can head over there and listen to you for your hour. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys. So, if you want to head over to YouTube now and listen to Jamie for an hour, you can do so. I'll be taking my break till about 12:55. Okay, Jamie, I'll stop streaming.
Okay, I believe I've got the steering wheel. Barry's going to take his break. I'll be your host for the next 1 hour, and this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So if you have any questions, just use the questions panel to get them out there. Hello, Iris. I take it that everybody can hear and see okay? Hold on, I'm getting a little spinny wheel over here. Okay, it's gone. Gave me a fright. Okay, so everybody can see and hear, yes? How about one more person? Can you still hear me, Iris? Just give me a thumbs up. Hello? Yes, we can see, we can hear. Okay, thank you, Bill. All right. Yeah, so Barry was talking about docking, and there's a lot of different ways you can use the docking functionality. I can go over some of that here in a second. But kind of a nasty little day, a little down day as we cycle down to the lower end of this little range right here. I tell you what, forgot to get my pen. Let me grab it. But boy, you certainly couldn't ask for more macroeconomic type things out there affecting the markets. Everything from viruses to wars and all that good stuff. Seems like we've got a little bit of everything going on right now. Lots of drama going on. All right, why are you going back over there? There we go. Okay, so I was just kind of pointing out that, wouldn't be surprised to see a cycle down here to the bottom of this little range, assuming the volume stays with us, which right now it's waning on the smaller time frames. 100 would be normal on those smaller time frames, and we're just kind of taking a little break here while the SPY tries to figure out, well, am I going to reclaim this 10 period right here? Looks like it's trying, and if it continues to maintain, we might have a little cycle back up to the highs of the day. Kind of an interesting day with the AI, and what I mean by that is, man, we had some target hits very early on, and I do believe these were the first 3 trades. Target hits on the first 3 trades. Of course, they were all short trades. Pretty good exits from Holly on this little group of trades right here. Notice that the conservative is outpacing moderate. Moderate's still up a good little bit, keeping in mind that all the values here are based around risking $100 per trade and letting the system size you accordingly. And this kind of jives exactly with my opening compare counts today. Where did I put those things? I thought I had them sitting out here. But it was almost a 50-50 count. Let me go back and retrieve those real quick here. I just want to verify. Especially when the market is kind of crazy like it is now, when we see... Okay, Twitter, why aren't you cooperating? One sec here. Huh. I don't know if Twitter's having issues or if it's my bandwidth right now. In any case, it was around 50-something% to the upside, I believe. Just south of the 55% mark that I typically like to see. And when I see it below 50%, right in that little range, or no greater than 55%, it kind of just tells us that anything's possible. And the market chose downside today. Hey, Deb, how are you? Now, as you can see, I've got a race continually running here, which is based off of this little top list right here, positive change from the open. Here's that high flyer that Barry was talking about, the ISPO. If it weren't for that one little pre-market bar right there, right before the market opened, man, just even playing the pre-market, getting it on that little range break right there would have been choice. Otherwise, a little fearful of chasing on this opening bar right here. But boy, only up a meager 256% so far today. And it really has been paying off once you see a new issue, or an IPO as we call them. Watch those range days here. This is a classic setup, 1, 2, 3, 4, and on the fourth day, boom. What a move. I haven't even taken the time to see what these guys do yet. Travel subscription company for affluent travelers. Interesting. Now notice every time a race is won, it's going to stack up the winners over here. And right now I'm running 10-minute races, but what I've found interesting as of late, let's say we duplicate this because, you know, people think to themselves, well, how do I use the races? You know, do I buy the winner, or, you know, what exactly is the protocol? And of course, everybody's going to have a little bit different perception on what they gain from the races. But think about it from this perspective as well. Right now, this race is set up to show us stocks that are up the most from the open, and we're sorting by that delta value. But what if I do this? Instead of a 10-minute race, what if I just say, okay, let's run a 1-minute race. So it's going to complete a race every 1 minute, and it's going to put the winners over here. So in essence, based around whatever metric you might find appealing, 1 minute change, 2 minute change, volume change, relative volume change, I mean, anything in our filter list that is of interest to you, this is a good way to build an intraday list of stocks to pay attention to. You know, very similar to what we might do with the end of day scan and archiving all those symbols so that we can point to a custom list and only watch the things that we think might be volatile. This is just another way to use the races to develop a watch list intraday, and even one that you might carry over into the next day as these symbols accumulate here, running a race every 1 minute. So we'll just let this little guy go, and we'll see kind of what stacks up here in the win column. Okay, so no questions coming through right now. Let's see, I did have that set to auto start. Yep, auto restart. That is fine. Okay. That's right, Debbie. Affluent travel. I wonder if that consists of affluent type private jets and all that good stuff. But in this day and age, to see something like that, having the day that it is, not surprising. Now, Barry was briefly touching base on the docking functionality. A lot of different ways to use that functionality. Here's one way to do it. Don't know why my system's a little slow. I'm on the latest dev build, so it's a little punchy right now. A lot of you have seen what I'm about to show here. But for example, I pull up my sector CCs. CCs simply standing for compare counts. I've got all the sector top lists as soon as they load up here. And I've got compare count windows attached to them. Now this is in a container, right? See how I can free float moving around? Very handy because there's a lot of information in here, a lot of windows. Don't necessarily want to have this up all day, and I certainly don't want to build all these windows free floating into my default layout because, well, it takes up a lot of space, a lot of resources, and I only need these for the first 15 minutes so I can take a peek here and see what all the counts are for the specific sectors. Once I get those readings after the first 15 minutes, I just get rid of this guy. Nice and easy. They all come in their own little box. I get what I need, and then I kill it, right? So you can also, for example, let's say you want to cruise over to one of the channels, but you don't necessarily want it to get rid of your default layout. Well, it's real easy just to spawn a new channel bar, a docked channel bar. Now we've got a free floating container. We can check out these channels and not have to worry about it getting rid of our default layout. So keep in mind, we've got a couple of different racing channels now that you can access over here from the channel bar. S&P 500, Fang and Friends, showing all the Fang stocks, and the price and volume racing. I gotta say, so far, my favorite is the price and volume racing. Looking at increasing relative volume on the bottom one here, and change from the open. Matter of fact, I would say you might want to get in the habit of watching these races every day. As soon as that market opens, just hit start. The relative volume race will not start pre-market because relative volume is not updating. But if you wait till that first tick, first second of the open, watching both of these races, whether you put them on a loop, can certainly show you some stocks that are definitely going to be in play. Then all you have to do is see if they're exhibiting the pattern that makes you feel comfortable. People who own the stocks are oh yeah. Have you been doing any stock races off your previous day movers? Well, this little guy right here. Now I should have retitled it previous days. Well, positive change from open, but these are the previous day rippers, as I like to call them. So both of these races are keying off of change from open from this top list right here. This one's just doing 10-minute races. One's doing 10s. One's doing 1-minute races. 1 minute here and 10-minute races here. So you can see this little guy's completed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 1-minute races. USX. No big surprise to see ISPO up here as well. I also heard Barry talking about top ticking. Looks real pretty in hindsight. Now I've got my halt scanner open. Looks like after we had that candle here, we had a halt and a little gap down. Of course, there it is right there. ISPO halted. 5 minutes later resumed. Shortly after we began the session here. So in essence, on this 1-minute race, as you see the stocks racing, never hurts to pull them up. Ooh, I just got a price alert here on AREB. Look at that little guy right there. You know what? Let me just see if this is even shortable at E-Trade. Just for giggles. How's the volume? A little bit. Let's just see if it's even on the list over there real quick. And rejected on the hard to borrow list at E-Trade. Shocker. tell you what, let me see if it's shortable over at interactive. All right, Russ, is there a filter or alert for a 100% or more volume increase compared to the previous 5 or 10 minute candle for that day? 100% or more volume increase compared to the previous 5 or 10 minute candle for that day. Absolutely. Let's just do this. So you'll notice we've got the smaller time frames for volume here. Now, it's been a while since I revisited the definition here, but the baselines that we maintain, we know that each and every stock over, I think these are a 10-day average, but let me just verify that. I've got so many volume filters here. I have to revisit the definition myself from time to time. But basically, yeah, see my help here is only giving me the just kind of a, it's above average. So whatever the average is that we're keeping track of, 100% would be normal, right? So this is the closest thing to that rest that we're going to have. So for example, if I wanted to, I tell you what, probably a topless is a better way to illustrate this. Let me just duplicate this guy. And we'll add that column here. And we'll just see what some of these values are. I would think that a lot of them are going to be high. We'll do the 5-minute volume, which is probably my favorite of the smaller time frames. Used to pay a lot of attention to 1 minute. It just got too noisy. So now, if you just want to get a heartbeat for example, MRIN. Now it's going sideways here, but if we flip the chart to 5 minutes, okay, as MRIN is just kind of flopping around here on its 50-period moving average on the 5-minute candles. Just looking at these candles on the 5-minute time frame and looking at the volume levels down here, it doesn't just jump off the page at you. These bars aren't real big, but MRIN right now, the volume on the 5-minute time frame, if we divide by 100, is about 48 times greater than normal, right? You can also see I've got it down here coinciding with that value. 48 down here, 47, it's rounding up. So as far as the smaller time frames and the volume go, that's where I would point you, Russ. Yeah, that'd be kind of like an inside candle for volume though, right? And we can't do inside candles on the intraday. So reading your second input there, the volume, average or previous day's volume. So the prior candle, right? You want it to be X amount greater than the prior candle, which is like an inside day on price, but for volume. Am I understanding you correctly? I think I am. All right, Joe, I see your question about the AI. AI profit chart for different levels of profit or loss. How much money is risked per trade? All right, great question. So all the values that you see here are based around using $100 risk per trade. And we can adjust this value by coming over here to Tools and going Options. If we go to the AI trade size, we have different things we can input here. We can say do so many dollars per trade, do so many shares per trade, or as you can see, the one that I have selected here, risk $100 per trade, and then based on the stop loss for each individual trade, the system will get you in the appropriate amount of shares. So if you look over here, you can see the share amounts based on the risk in AMPL, only in 17 shares, 147 for Atco, 14 shares for Trupp. So it's adjusting the share size based on the stop loss and limiting my risk to $100. You can see right here the stop hit in MGY lost $100.13. Now that's how I have mine set up. But to explain the difference in the different profit values in conservative over here, conservative's winning the day. Moderate's not too far behind. Actually, now aggressive is winning the day. Now, aggressive means exactly that. That means you're just letting the positions pile in, assuming you're taking every trade, whether that be manually or automated, and you're just hoping for the best, right? Which isn't the best way to do it. We're just showing you the information. Hey, if you took all these trades, everyone's a short except that one long from the tailwind MGY. If you just took every trade at current levels, you'd be up almost $700. Of course, jumping in there with no stop losses and all that good stuff is not recommended. That's definitely, if we were using a skiing analogy, triple black diamond, right? Tread with caution. So that's what aggressive mode is. Conservative mode is the AI's most conservative mode, and what it does is it uses profit targets, stop losses, and timed holds. Those are the three primary reasons why the AI could exit a trade, and it's always going to tell us right here, exit reason. This is for conservative mode. As you can see, we got target hits on these three trades. The reason it got out of that one was the stop was hit. So the three primaries, just to say them one more time, stop loss, profit target, or the timed hold. We don't have any timed holds occurring yet. Now, in conservative mode, it can also use what I like to refer to as a couple of audibles. Profit save, which you can see right here, has the right to get out of a trade early, whether on the winning side, on a profit save, and not wait for the timed hold or the stop out or the profit target. And then one we don't see on here yet is reduce risk. If the AI is in a losing trade and it continues to slowly go sideways or slightly edge down, it has the ability to close out a loser early in the form of reduced risk. So a total of 5 reasons why the AI can close a trade in conservative mode. And then in moderate mode, what it does, it puts the trade on, it puts the stop loss in play, and if the stop doesn't get hit, it stays in the trade until the timed hold, until the maybe 5 minutes before the market. All these strategies have different exit times. If they don't get stopped out, some are 15 minutes before the close, some are 5 minutes before the close. But with moderate, we're simply putting a stop loss in and letting the trade work. So let's see. So Joe, let me know if that makes sense or if I need to go deeper on one of those topics. What's up, Mike? I've been wrestling with a new developer's version and doing a lot of testing. But hey, isn't every day in the market a wrestling match? That's a great analogy, right? Because at the end of the trading day, you're a little tired. Of course, how tired you are is going to be dependent upon how old you are. I used to be a lot less tired at the end of the trading day. All right, let's see what kind of list we're building up here on these 1-minute races. So we've got a handy new scroll bar. I don't think this is available in the current version, but as these symbols accumulate here, we'll get a bigger list, and we now have the ability to scroll that list. Of course, ISPO is kind of hogging up the spotlight here. It's won 6 one-minute races, and it's still going. But we've got a nice little list developing here. Of course, it's all ISPO. I've never seen one win so many races. It's won 7 races thus far. But hey, based on the action, no big shocker there. Our 10-minute races, 1, 2, 3, 4. And hey, ISPO. I think ISPO is going to be showing up on a lot of races today. All right, Joe, very good. All right. Yeah, I forgot to look to see if anybody responded on my AREB. Yep, shortable over at Interactive. Once again, no shocker there either. Simply because they've got a more robust short list. Yep, hopefully we're going to get another version out to you guys in the form of the beta before the test drive is over. Almost through week 1. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but just a little reminder, the markets are closed this next Monday. And let me just verify that real quick. But I'm 95% certain. February 21st. Yep. Okay. So just keep in mind the markets are closed next Monday for President's Day. But we will be giving everybody in test drive, that following Monday, extending the test drive. So you still get your full complement of days. So just notate that on your calendar for that nice 3-day weekend. All right, kind of circling back around to the previous day's rippers, as I like to call them. They've been generating lots of good actionable stocks. So for example, collected all the symbols about 5 minutes before the close yesterday, put them in my custom list, and that's what these 2 windows here are watching. So every day without fail, it's producing some really good movers. Of course, we don't just jump into them. The chart has to look good compared to what we all look for, and everybody's a little bit different. What I've really been focusing on lately is when one of these stocks pops up shortly after the open, and if the pre-market range isn't too horrendous, like I prefer them to be a little more liquid and not so extended, but we can see right here, we opened up down here, and as soon as we motored up and start pecking at that pre-market range, we get a nice little lift from around 485 up to 528 on that first push. Stocks remaining strong. All because of what happened yesterday. Stock was very much in play, and typically when a stock is in play, whether it be to the upside or the downside, chances are, if it's in motion, it's going to stay in motion for a number of days. So a decent example on the BXRX. This little guy just motored nicely earlier. Once again, keying on the pre-market range. Very similar to what we just saw on the other one. A little gap down, but as soon as 1, 2, 3, 4, about 20 minutes, tap that pre-market range, off to the races. Thank you, David, for confirming that. Deb, we never know exactly when. Like the coders say, it'll be ready when it's ready. But they're busy over there. They've been pumping out versions at a feverish pitch. So can't say when, but probably soon. Knock on wood. All right, the question from Jacques on my previous day's rippers, do you only keep the previous day or multiple days on that list? Good question. And the goal here, for example, these two tickers on the far right are not looking at a custom list. We're just looking at, the entire market, and our qualification is relative volume of 3 or greater here. But I get a lot of symbols coming through here. And, it's easy to miss quality setups, right? Just because of the number of symbols that are coming through here. So the goal in creating these end of day lists and pointing them to these two windows here was to reduce, only have a finite number of symbols, which typically I'll have anywhere between 50 and 70 symbols in here to watch just from harvesting the prior days, because what I do is I pull them up to about right here, and then I capture all the symbols right before the close. Little trick as well, let's say you get busy, you forget to capture all the symbols. Well, you can always use the historical version just to go back and look at the day 5 minutes, 15 minutes before the close. But let's see how many symbols were in there from yesterday. So here is my previous day's rippers list, and you can see 64. So roughly 32 from each. That's by design, because it's a smaller universe. The chances of me missing something are a lot less, right? That was the goal here. All right, I'm going to take, in this case, the 32 stocks that were down the most yesterday and the 32 stocks that were up the most yesterday. I know they're going to be in play. That doesn't necessarily mean they're going to have conducive chart patterns, but it certainly makes my job a lot easier. Hey, this one's hitting a high. Does it look good? Yes. Does that one look good? No. So it just reduces the amount. The goal is for a reduced number of symbols. So you could start archiving multiple days, but if I did 2 days, we'd have about 128. 3 days, 4 days, 256. So it would kind of defeat the purpose of reducing the universe there. So Jacques, hopefully that makes sense. All right, just reading your question there. Can you please tell me how I can use a Ameritrade broker to connect to E-Trade? Well, if you're are you referring to Brokerage Plus for using Brokerage Plus to trade, or just symbol linking? Because if you're talking about Brokerage Plus, let me do something real quick here. Okay, here's my Brokerage Plus. I'm just connected to our simulation mode, right? Position, can't even remember why that was on there. Let's just flatten Dave real quick. So right now, the only brokers that you can connect to Brokerage Plus are E-Trade and Interactive. You can see we've got the TD Ameritrade down here, but it is not ready yet. Don't know when you'll be able to connect Brokerage Plus to Ameritrade. So Tong, let me know if that was what you were referencing there, or if you were talking about linking, just for symbol clicking and Ameritrade. Oh, you talking about the previous day's ripper there, Jock? You've been enjoying that? If so, good deal. Yeah, it's just a simple way to, make sure you're looking at, there's no guarantee that these stocks are going to remain volatile, but typically that's what's going to happen. And then it's just all about, well, does it look good on the setup? Is risk acceptable? And so forth. Right, Moody. So once again, are you talking about, if you're talking about Brokerage Plus, no big surprise there, because it can't connect yet, only E-Trade and Interactive. but for symbol linking, it should be good. And Ameritrade, off and on throughout the years, has always been a little quirky. You know, with linking, symbol linking, a lot of the times the program that you're linking to, they make a subtle change and they don't tell anybody. It busts the linking, and we have to go in there and work with them to get it back online. So you've never been able to get it to work, Moody? Any idea of how many top list rows is it safe to have before performance is affected? Well, it depends on your resources, your local resources. So for example, if I click on my performance monitor right here, I get this little guy to come up, right? You can see for one reason or another, mine is yellow and not green. It's not really any big deal, but when I click here, it's telling me, well, I've got 10 alert windows, and that is telling me that I might be getting into some performance issues, right? But if I look at my top list, everything is green. So Deb, I would say, you know, you don't really have to worry about anything until you see a change other than green, or a color other than green in your performance monitor. And then you can pull it up and see where you might be stressing, or where you might be pushing the envelope. That's correct, Tong. Ameritrade is in development, but it's not quite ready just yet. Moody, have you had anybody from tech support work with you to try to help you with the linking? Just do something real quick here. Give me 1 second. There we go. Okay, so when we have a link, and there's Thinkorswim right there. So Moody, when you choose Thinkorswim for Ameritrade, are you using the Thinkorswim there or something else? Because that should do it. Yeah, K2, that's exactly what I was thinking. Moody, you might want to pop into the live chat on our website, and someone would be able to assist you with the linking there. Give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. All right, sorry about that, ladies and gents. People bugging me on my phone. All right, Deb, just reading your input there. You never see yellow, but often have performance issues despite having a pretty beefy system. Okay, so kind of circling back to your number of rows on a top list, I think that's what you said, right? Well, for example, look at this top list here. And if I go to time frame and say set record count, you know, maximum of 300 symbols. And I don't really have any filtering in place except, some minimum daily volume. But this is looking at a custom list of not that many stocks, so I know we're not going to get overloaded there. But if I pull up something like this, let's see here. All right, let's just shave these filters down. So really, let's just not have any filters at all, just to illustrate here. Okay, no filters at all. Just got a big list of stocks to look at. So when we go to time frame, set record count, only looking at 100. Now, even if you have a beefy system, you can max out a top list at 1,000. And every 30 seconds when this thing refreshes, you're going to notice, even if you're on a real high-end system, to go through 1,000 stocks and refresh them, you're going to notice a little bit of a lag. So I think that's just unavoidable, regardless of system resources. So if you have a lot of top lists out there with 300, 400, 500 symbols in those lists, you will feel a little bit of a lag. You probably just saw the scroll bar go bzzz, because if you're doing something and when that refresh occurs, you're going to get a little bit of a lag or a lockup there. Okay, Tong, so to your question, who's the best broker for connecting with TI? It's hard to say who's best, okay, since there's only E-Trade and Interactive Brokers. So I can tell you each one has certain benefits. For example, E-Trade is a commission-free environment. You're not paying any commissions when you use Brokerage Plus. With Interactive Brokers, anytime you're using Brokerage Plus with any broker dealer, we're communicating with that platform through what they call an API. It's the little conduit that allows us to talk to them and them to talk to us, allow the pieces of software to talk to one another. So with Interactive Brokers, API-driven trades, they're still charging a commission. So that is one of the benefits of E-Trade, no commission. You pay commissions, even though they are very reasonable over at IB. You're paying a commission there. Now, when it comes to shorting stocks, IB has a much more robust short list, right? A lot of the times when you try to short the smaller cap stocks over at E-Trade, you get a reject because it's not on it's on the hard to borrow list, I should say. So it depends on what your needs are, Tong. Are you more interested in zero commissions or a better short list, right? So I can't say one is necessarily better than the other, but I can sketch out kind of the main differences in the broker dealers. Yeah, Deb, if you're keeping record counts to 50 or 75, that should be no problem. Not necessarily. You could always pare down the columns, and see if it makes a difference or not. But yeah, if you don't have top list with 400 or 500 stocks refreshing constantly, I wouldn't think that would impact performance. All right, market continuing to take a little bit of sideways snooze nap here. All right, thanks for that input there, K2, regarding linking TOS, saying don't use the thinkorswim, just leave the panel blank when we go to external linking. So once again, if we set up a link, well, that one's not going to work. Tell you what, let's do this. Get rid of that guy. Add a link here. Okay. Then we can come in here and edit and just make sure that nothing is checked in the drop-down. So let's see, who was asking? Moody. Okay. Have you tried leaving this blank? None, instead of using the thinkorswim drop-down option? Just leave it blank. When was that last AI trade there? 1140. Not a bad entry up there at all. We were just talking about top ticking. Of course, the AI is using statistical probability to go, hey, this might be due for a pullback. Nice little example of a top tick there. Cuts like a knife strategy. Oh, the Geek Squad comes out, huh? Well, I hope they did a fine job for you, Deb. This is my favorite symbol, even though it has nothing to do with television. What a great stock symbol. No TV. And no TV. Too bad there was not a better pre-market range there, but nice orderly descent there. Typically a footprint of institutional selling. Even though this is a smaller stock, only 20 million in the float. Probably not institutional selling in that guy today, but selling nonetheless. That's good to hear, K2. Always like to hear that things are working smoothly. Yeah, IB's been pretty smooth for a long period of time. We're still working out a few kinks at E-Trade, but it's working pretty well, but still run into a few snags here and there. Let's just scroll down and take a look at some of these earlier plays that were coming through here. All right, thin stock, but once again, referencing the pre-market. Not a bad little short play there as this thing broke down. Overstock. Here we go again. Take the low of that pre-market range. Yeah, I'm getting some laggy lag here. Once the pre-market range is broken in that first opening candle, plenty of time to react to this guy. But a nice down move in Overstock. See, these are ones where you look at them and you're like, yeah, no interest in Pack B because of this mess in the pre-market. Pack B looks nothing like OSTK. Yes, K2. And you know what? I've got an old Alienware machine from probably 2017. So I am also about due for an upgrade. The funny thing is that Best Buy it was in play a while back. When was earnings? Earnings aren't till March 3rd. All right, little time check here. We still got about 13 minutes till the top of the hour. Once again, not a pre-market range that we would have an interest in. Also, we are working on expanding our pre-market, starting earlier in the pre-market. So testing has begun on that, and that is a good thing. Yeah, Windows 11. I haven't even run the compatibility check on this computer because I know it's going to say, yeah, not so good. I'd rather just get a new machine than try to upgrade my existing one. But speaking of pre-market, let's go ahead and dupe this window. And notice you can also find these pre-market ranges. Ideally, they're nice and tame in the pre-market with these windows because we've got pre-market lows there. So let's just get rid of this guy and check out what we could have found scanning the pre-market. Because identifying the nice choice pre-market ranges gives you one more leg up and a heads up here. Nothing good there. Yeah, something's got my cursor all of a sudden. I don't know what's going on here. It must have been that link I set up. I will have to get rid of that. Okay, well, I'm getting beeping over here. I think I did something that my software does not like. Oh no. Well, ding, ding, ding. Let's see if it times out here. Otherwise, I'm going to have to get the old task manager out. Yeah, it won't let me grab this, so. Ah, yes. There we go. There. I was afraid I was going to have to do the old manual shutdown there. Oh, you mean like Peloton, Deb? That's technically tech. Probably not the type of tech you were referring to. Okay, so before my system jammed up there, I was talking about identifying the pre-market ranges during the pre-market. Joby, a little bit of stretched out action there, but still, nonetheless, sometimes they do this, and this is a good example of one that doesn't work. You get a little capitulation right off the bat. Looks like it's going to tighten up and head lower, but nope, this one bounced. As a lot of them do. I don't think that was necessarily a bug, Mike. I linked to our Tiki, where you can pull up all the fundamentals on the stocks on our website, and I think that for some reason made it go crazy. Nice little recovery off that Pack B there, as it just kind of chops along in this daily range. But man, a nice little lift from the bottom there. Of course, if we go back and look at this area right here, you're probably going to notice a direct correlation right here at the 10. It's kind of hard to see. See the bottom of that candle lined up right with the 10 period. Little wick down here, and then boom. PRCT looks just like a low floater. A little bit high on the share count, but 40 million is not that bad. In any case, ISPC, not too bad. Broke down before the open. I typically disregard them when they do that, unless you're going to play this range during the pre-market. Overstock, we already looked at that one. Chewy, not so bad. Joby. Nothing to look at there. All right, you guys are pretty quiet out there. ISPO, boy, this thing just refuses to relent. All right, let's check out the list that we've been archiving here on the 1 minute races. I'm probably going to see ISPO all over the place. Yep. 18, 20, 21. Well, you could almost use this as kind of a form of relative strength, I guess. It just keeps on going. There it goes again. New high on ISPO. Pretty incredible, I must say. And only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 races here. And ISPO dominating just about all my favorite metrics right now. Oh, no overclocking. That reminds me of the olden times. And when I say olden times, I'm talking about around 2010, 2011, when I used to dabble in such things, Mike, as overclocking certain video cards. Yeah, there's a time and a place for the idea of surfing, right? If you have some ideal top list, you just wait, let it scroll through those charts for you, and just so people know what we're talking about here, if I expand my toolbar out, well, then you can see idea surfing. And when we click that little guy, it's just going to cycle through all my top lists, pull up those symbols at random, and we can just go, hey, that looks good. Well, AREB did not continue to go down. Struggling to save itself from getting into this gap over here. But if it does, if it ever does with some momentum, that's a juicy little gap there. Now, this is a SPAC, I would assume. No? Branded safes and personal security. Hey, they should pair up with the affluent travel guys. Oh, how did my... I must have paused it when I clicked on the chart there. Yep. But yeah, that is a nice setup. Definitely going to be keeping my eyes on this guy because we're either going to get into this gap or we're going to bounce. So it's a very interesting spot for Arab right now. What is overclocking? That means you make the piece of hardware perform faster than it's designed to do, right? Which comes with risk, right? So you kind of have to know what you're doing. We did overclocking back in the Bitcoin mining days when you could mine with GPUs, and you tweak those little guys and get, X amount more performance from them. If you're just gaming or using your GPU for, trading apps, not really necessary unless you just want to do it. But it still is. I don't know how big it is in the gaming community anymore, but I'm sure it's being done. Boy, this is a great example here of ignoring the AI's conservative exit if you're in this trade. Because look at moderate profit. If you take the advice of the AI on the exit, you still made a nice crisp $100 on that profit target. But if you kept holding it, and you thought to yourself, hey, I noticed that as soon as the AI got into this and that profit target was hit, it just kept on going. And by the way, it broke its pre-market range. You know what? I think this trade might have more juice left in it. Therefore, I'm going to take a little bit more risk and go moderate and not get out on the advice of the AI. And sure enough, you would have made 5 times as much as conservative did. And, if you're not certain, you can always do the half and half game. Peel out a half your position with the recommendation of conservative profit. Keep the other half, see what happens. All right. Time is a-flying. Looks like we got 1 minute to the top of the hour here. So Barry's probably going to be coming on back pretty soon. And it's quiet right now, but I would think we're going to get a little bit of action going into the last hour here. Of course, that's a ways off. But the last hour, I'd be very surprised if we stayed in this range. Always a pleasure, Mike. Thanks for showing up. Oh, I thought that was a symbol somebody wanted me to see real quick. Nope. Okay, Barry tells me he's back in. So thanks everybody for attending. Trade well. Hope everybody ends up green today, and we'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
All-time low. Did you create your own Willow Puff? Like where are you launching it from? Obviously, guys, I'm watching that. I've taken most of it off now. Okay, so are you talking about from Doc Channel Bar, and then one of the alert, one of these, Friends and Stocks. Okay, well, and then you should see this though. I mean, I Lululemon I see is there, but so what's the issue? Like, what is the issue? If you are you seeing what I'm seeing? Well, let's get this race starting. Okay, so I'm just starting the race. I mean, TLK is here, but I mean, you can click on any alert and any one of these symbols. So you're not seeing what I'm seeing. Is that what you're saying? Okay, so is it because, I don't know, is it shrunk or something, or do you grab it? Just grab it? And so the only thing I can think of is that you're not on the right version of Trade Ideas. You should be on, if you click on Help and About, tell me what version you see. You should be on the beta, okay? So you should see 5.5.63. If you're not, then maybe that's the issue. That's all I can think of. So if you click on Help and About, what version do you see? I'm on a development version, so you can have the 6.7, but oh, okay, that's the reason. You need to be on the latest beta, okay? So let me give you the link. That's just a minute. So I'm just going to put the link in here. Okay, there's a link to my homepage. Click on my homepage. Okay, get up to the download. See, and yeah, I wish they'd made this the production version, but anyway, or this the production version. Scroll down, 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 and here you go. Okay, download that, and then everything should be working well. Okay, just download the beta. Yeah, I mean, I had a discussion with them. I really pushed for them to make the beta the production version because if you're on the test drive, I mean, of course, most people are just going to download the production version. But they said, well, there might be a couple of issues here and there, but you can tell them about it. Well, heck, if I can tell you about it, why don't they just put it as the production version? But I don't run the company. Well, here's a new entry, guys. A new entry to the 10-day daily breakdown. I don't think it's an earnings play. Zixi, ZYXI. And this is not an all-time low, but this is a new entry. And it's just sneaking in now because one of the filters I have is the relative volume must be at least 8. So that's why we're seeing it now as opposed to some other place, but or an earlier one. Yeah, guys, fortunes can be won and lost on something like this. 7 million shares, 7.8 million shares traded. But notice I said and lost. All right, guys, I'm just I did my video today on this one. Now it is starting to fall, okay, but I did my video today on this alert from the AI. Just want to show you, you know, these columns here, the reentry price and reentry time columns, okay. So you notice here, if you have the AI and you're part of the test drive, MGI got actually stopped out. You can see it got stopped out. The alert was at 2061. Okay, so when we click on that, there was the alert to go long. But you can see afterwards, it got down here and there was a stop at 2030. Okay, so it actually got stopped out. Later on though, it hit the re-entry price. Now the re-entry price, nothing highly scientific. You just take the entry, which is 2061, and the stop, 2030. And midway between is 2045, okay? So if a stock ever hits the stop, doesn't actually have to get stopped out, but if it ever hits the stop price anytime during the day and then comes back up to that halfway point, you will get another alert. So look what happened with the MGI. You had an alert to re-enter if you wanted to at 2045, which was slightly better than the first one at 2061, and you know, had a nice run from 2045, got up to over $1 before it's pulling back. Okay, so it's another way. There are people who don't do anything other than wait for re-entries, and I don't know how. No, I don't like these more expensive ones, but let's just take a look at this one, 84.11. Yeah, remember this is a short. So 84.11, it's at 83.80 now. Yeah, these are really expensive. This is another short, 148.80. Not bad. I mean, look. So, you know, if you wanted to re-enter that short at 148, I mean, it's at 144 now. So there are people who don't do anything other than play the re-entries. And sometimes, you know, we have 3 today. Sometimes you'll have none. You notice none of these ones, you can tell because there's no data. None of these other ones triggered. So only 3 triggered today and all worked very well. I'm not saying that's going to happen every single day, but that is another way to try the AI. Okay. Just sort of, you know, thinking, okay, maybe the AI was just a little bit early. And I'm not sure if you can actually do that. I used to say, okay, people want to automate. Well, you know, you can have reentries enabled, but I'd like to see a selection that's saying just do reentries. You know, nothing else. I don't believe anyway that is available. Okay, that ISPO may not be over. I still have some, not much, not much. No, I don't want to see this thing drop $10 on me in a heartbeat. Even if it did, I'd still be up. But I just want to see if it holds this level and starts to move up, takes out that high I've got up here, which is about $80. Kind of like that, guys. Wow. Yeah, you're. Anybody with center point in the room? Were there shares available for IPSO? I mean, look at that bottoming tail. Oh man. I mean, you're going to think I'm crazy, but why not? 100. Oh, okay. I started. I had to create that above the. Just a minute. ISPO. I keep on wanting to type. And it's halted. Okay. So I'm going to stick an alert. Create price alert. Come on. I guess I can't. Okay. Okay. Create a price alert at 100. Now, let's see where it may open. Hard to know. 83.63. It says 80.88 right now, so we don't really know. This is probably a little more 83.30. Okay, guys. Vroom is Vroom. You know where I got Vroom from? Real? It was from the 10-day daily breakdown with the top list. VRM. Yeah, the warrants I'm sure are trading. Well, we had the very, very first alert we had for ISPO that I had anyway was at the halt at 2027. Right here. That was the first alert that I had. You guys have been talking about Riven. Are you talking about on the way up or on the way down? Oh, on the way down. Okay, guys, I am out of the ATUS now. Also, ATUS. I had that held that short for a long time. Worked out okay. So all I have right now is, unless it collapses down through 60, I'm okay. Okay, and this is so. This one just got halted because of news. USFD just halted because of news. You. No, that was 1123 though. Okay. That was they revised their profit outlook setting inadvertent etceteras, but now this is halted for news. USFD is halted for news. I didn't take this one. LTHM, another earnings play. See how many earnings plays we've got, guys. Don't get used to this. We've got one more week at least, maybe the week after, and then it'll start to tail off. But we've got about 500 companies this week, about 400 next week. I don't know about the week after, but that's why it can be so exciting. We get all these things coming out of the woodwork that, I mean, I'm not saying I haven't heard of this one before, but generally though, when they have earnings, they have the big moves, either up or down, and giving us opportunities left and right. Well, this started off on fire not quite on fire this morning, I guess. MRIN had a big pop after hours, but now looks like it's going to go negative. It was a SPAC. Okay, Big O. It was a SPAC that became ISPO. So you can see right there, if you look at the news, Thayer Ventures acquisition, and Inspirato announced their registration. So so I don't know what that SPAC symbol was, but it became ISPO here. If you don't know what the SPACs are, just it's an anagram. SPAC, look it up. Yeah, I meant to say an anagram. Yeah, an acronym. I meant to say acronym. So it's an acronym. Just look it up. SPAC. You'll see what it's all about. Blank check companies. They've got cash. They start trading, usually around $10, and then they look for a company to acquire. And that is, in effect, sort of a quote-unquote interesting way to do an IPO without having to go through a lot of red tape. It did get halted again, yes. Lithium. Good grief, why am I not in this one? Livent, LTHM. Well, you know what? This one might spark them again. We haven't seen a SPAC like this in a long, long time. Okay, well, so there, well, this one gapped down after, and it's halted again. So I have virtually nothing left, just in case it does something absolutely crazy. But the minute it didn't pop up, got rid of virtually everything, and now this is, this could be the big rug pull. Ah, shoot. No, that was not shortable for me, so I'm not going to beat myself up. ANGH, that was on Zach's topping tail scan, was not shortable for me. That's stupid AI. Man, I wanted that one yesterday. But here's the move today. Delayed reaction. Well, we got something moving here. NRGV, Energy Vault Holdings, NRGV. I don't know if anybody's mentioned that one. Had a big pop here. Another one. What do they do? This looks like it's an IPO from back here. Exciting day, guys. Exciting day. So that got halted. I'm sorry. So that got halted at 1209, and now it's at 1281. And again, was this a... So I just wanted to check if this was a SPAC. I can't see it. It's around that SPAC price, around that $10. However, this is an all-time high. All right. Well, this is not for everybody, okay? I mean, and I took a little chance on this one, this NRGV, in case traders are looking for the next one, after the IPSO. I'm out now, but I'll tell you guys, I mean, these are not for everybody. Boy, a great... now it's ripping again. I mean, I didn't have... No, I'm sorry. Something else is wowing at me. Oh, that's the... This is the breaking down in volume. TOST. A big day, guys. Now, the NRGV, this is what I'm going to do. I mean, I know it sounds crazy. NRGV. You don't have to do the same thing. I'm sticking an alert right up here, 1389. See if it takes it out later. Meanwhile, FSLY, which was an early entrant on the 10-day daily breakdown, is now making another new low. FSLY, man, oh man. And this is getting closer to a lifetime low. This is one to watch tomorrow. You get a lifetime low set today. This could be a second day continuation of earnings on the way down. I mean, who's going to buy this? You know, I mean, it's been in a $123 stock. When was that? So last year. Well, this one is not shortable for me, so that's okay. NRGV showed up in Zach's scan, not shortable for me. Should have kept an eye on that one. The pay, yes, from probably right here. You probably called it around here, 25.88 maybe or so. And work me, wake me, work me, walk me, continues down. Again, guys, just take this and, I mean, look at the alerts we've had today from this 10-day daily breakdown. You know, you can have it. One of my scans. I know I just flashed it, but just go to my homepage, check the scan section, and the 10-day daily breakdowns. And what's the market doing? I haven't really paid attention. So let's take a look at the indices just for fun. Not the indices, but the ETFs, the major ETFs. See, I don't think anything outlandish is happening. What I want to do is check energy. Yeah, still 50-50. Still about 50-50. But look at financials. Wow, only 93% of them are down from yesterday's close. Tech getting hammered again. 91% are down from yesterday's close. Communications 80%. So there is one strong sector, call it a strong sector, consumer staples, Walmart. I don't think Walmart had earnings today, but earnings today before the market opened. There you go. Walmart had earnings, dragging this this up. Did Clorox? Clorox had earnings a while back. Didn't do well at all. Look at the drop. Well, this is not dead, I guess. ISPO is not dead. I have very few shares left, but I'm holding on just a couple, whatever, just to see if it does something crazy still. I'm in around the 60 level, so. Another 10-day daily breakdown. Not making it in my scan because it's the relative volume is only 3.3. Mm-hmm. Okay, you're right. This is another SPAC. SPAC shareholders. Okay, and Gammy. Okay, yeah. Hey, good. You know what, guys? Maybe we're back in SPAC madness. I mean, the high is 23.10. Takes that out. Look out. I mean, you know what? I know it sounds crazy. Just put an alert at the all-time high. Takes that out. A lot of traders will look at that. And another one, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. It's interesting because a lot of times the SPACs were available almost immediately. But now the market is drifting down a bit. Yeah, yippee. Let's see. Now, why did this one? This is that. This is another IPO, guys, from a little while ago, a few days ago. Didn't really do much. Fly. I think it has something to do with cannabis. I may be wrong. Yeah, cannabis. It's a bad spread. 750, 788. You know, trying to make it untradeable. Well, now just wait to see what happens with this ISPO. See if it gets to the 100. Oh, my goodness, this one just popped up again, guys. Do I dare take it? Just a minute. True enough, rubber. Yeah. I got it and take it, but I still have my alert set up here. Green bar ignored. Green bar ignored. GBI. And now this one is halted, volatility halt. Yes. And again, if you're scratching your head looking for where are they out of? The United. Wow, I don't know. This might be our first UAE stock. I don't recall any other stock that I'm not familiar with any other stock from the United Arab Emirates. Did I say Emirates? Emirates. Yeah, so this is what he means. Let me just bring that chart up. I'll show you exactly what Real is talking about. We'll take a look at pay. You got to be awfully careful, guys. This NRGV is really whippy right now. Not that the other one wasn't, but anyway, let me take a look. We'll take a look at pay and look at it on a 15-minute chart, or sorry, 5-minute chart. I think this was Real was talking about. Yeah, so Expand this, so you see we got a downtrend. You see that green candle there? Totally engulfed by the previous red candle. And even better, a topping tail. Remember, the buyers try to knock it up here or get it up here. Sellers close it here. Next candle, if it moves below the low of 24.24, which is very close, this could continue on down. Okay, that's a green bar ignored, so think of it like this. Got a trend down, a pause in the trend, continuation down. Now, does it mean it's going to continue down to zero? Of course not, but you don't know, but this is a classic setup. Halla freaking Lulia. Wow, look at this, 87 now. I think I know when I'll put 90. No. Okay, I know what's happening. I have to start it above the price. Wow. Good grief, guys. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people thought I was crazy thinking I could get to 100. Nothing surprises me anymore. Nothing. All right, keep an eye on this one now. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, this makes up for the fact I didn't trade in the first 2 days. No. I said it wouldn't surprise me that it got near 100. It wouldn't surprise me. Not based on anything other than psychology. What did I get up to? 97, 96, 76? I didn't say I thought it would. I said I wouldn't surprise. Nothing surprises me anymore. And just the the way traders are. They say, let's take it to 100. Because there's no reason for it to be moving higher and higher and higher. There's no reason. There's no, other than traders are getting into it. Oh yeah, listen. Listen. This can. Obviously, this is going to implode at some point. Of course it is. This is not. Oh well, I guess I'll hold this because tomorrow will be 200. Of course not. Oh my. I don't know what to say, guys. Oh wow, look at AMPL now. AMPL now taking another low here out of consolidation. Another all-time low, of course, for it, AMPL. Whew. Time is it? I'm supposed to be in a marketing meeting at 2. I don't know if I can do it. And there's AMPL moving down off that consolidation, a little bit of consolidation. Market moving lower. So guys, you want your definition of an alpha stock? Of course. Okay, does this care what the market's doing? Of course not. All right, ISPO, ANGH, these are alpha stocks. They don't care what the market's doing. Market's been drifting down lower for the last hour. They don't care. Now, the ones that are already low are probably moving lower. You know, the ones that are earnings plays that are like the AMPL. Aha! Those of you who doubted me. It's crazy, guys. 100.43. Why stop there? Insane. Still have a little left. Not much. I'm in around 60. You know, and I've been trading. I kept a little just in case it hit 100 and infinity and beyond. I mean, it's and I scalped out of the ANGH because had to be so careful about the other one. But this one, you know, I'm not in this one anymore. The other one I've got to keep an eye on again is going to be the NRGV. If it takes out that high again, I mean, that's all traders are looking at. They're looking at insane moves for almost no reason and recently released. Okay? That's all they're looking at now. All right, that's it for me. Okay, that's it for me on the ISPO. You can go to 200 now, but it'll be doing it without me. That was definitely an inspired trade, inspirato. Meanwhile, let's take a look at some boring ones. So here's Corsair. Corsair, big pop up yesterday. I can't really remember why. It wasn't an earnings play. It had earnings on the 8th. Not sure why this had this pop up. Can't remember. But it is starting to move down now. CRSR. But why? I'm just wondering, why did it do that yesterday? You know, normally there's a reason. I mean, it went from 21 to 24 or so. I just don't know the reason for that. Okay, thank you, Real. I didn't see that. Okay, again, guys, you do what you do on this, but I'm just looking at this trading on this NRGV. Corsair. So it's joining on the 18th. So it had the pop, because that's yesterday. That's right, right? Today is the 17th, so that was the 16th. Maybe it's just moving down with the market. It's really moving down now, guys. Corsair. Yeah, Neil, thank you. Yeah, it's going to be added on the 18th. Real posted that in the small cap 600. No, look at it, AMPL. I did not retake this one, but wow, 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 wow. I say wow because that's my sound alert for the breaking down in volume. It's wow, wow, over and over and over again. And it keeps nagging at me. Well, nobody knows if it will be another one. Somehow, yeah, I mean, the shorts are certainly, sorry, shorts. The number of shares, certainly it's a low float. The NRGV has a few more shares, probably. NRGV has a few more shares, 24 million. Not that that's crazy. To see if that was an IPO. Yeah, I don't see it. This is probably a SPAC. I just don't see it, and I don't see. Can I see the news from a few days ago? Energy Vault prepares to start trading on the New York Stock Exchange. Becomes the U.S. first publicly traded long duration energy storage company. Okay, so this was a SPAC, Riverstone SPAC. Okay, well that's in August, so maybe it took all this time before they finally that's who they decided to merge with. So it looks like that was a SPAC. Actually, this is pretty cool, guys. I mean, maybe the SPACs are going to start to become in vogue again. Yeah, this is another one. Obviously started trading here. I don't really recall it being an IPO, but hey. It's funny, I just have this sort of tucked away, low floaters on the move. And one of the scans I'm sharing. I hadn't had that up and running for a long time. Most of the stocks I see here are typically low floats anyway, but oh, good grief. When I look where I got out of this one, the ANGH. Well, I am really going to concentrate on this NRGV. I want to see if it takes out 14 at some point. Excuse me. And that's all traders are looking at right now. All right. Looks like everybody's bailing on ISPO and got into ANGH. ANGH, sorry. Another breakdown, guys, for AMPL. Another whole number breakdown for AMPL. Spacamole. Yeah, no kidding though. This would be great, I tell you. I mean, this will be great if these SPACs start taking off again. Is there a seeding or a channel that indicates a reversal on a stock from short to long? I don't know if there's an actual channel, Gobi, like that. But you can take. I can give you a couple. These are ones that Zach in the room created. They're called bounce plays, which are bounces, and topping tails, which are stocks that maybe wanting to move down. I can give them to you if you want, and you can take a look at them. Okay. I don't think there's a channel designed for that, but I can give them to you. So the first one is the topping. So these are stocks that maybe top. Oops. I've got an error trying to post. Okay, so I'm going to have to see if I can see. This is what happened. You probably can't see that, but I'm going to have to see if I can figure out what's going on. Just give me a moment, okay? Usually it's just a matter of popping out the chat again. I think I may have botched it up. I don't know if you guys can still hear me in YouTube. I accidentally hit something I wasn't supposed to. Okay, I think I'm okay. Sorry about that. I think I'm okay to post. Let me just see. Yes. Okay. So the first one is the topping plays, and then the second one the bounces. Okay. You can take a look at those. All right, guys. Well, I've got a marketing meeting. I have to going to attend that. And of course, Gobi, you can always adjust it to a different price range. Excuse me, and but that's the gist of it. Looking for stocks that have topped, looking for stocks that may bounce. Now, of course, we've got the ANGH halted on the way down. And now VNT is wowing at me. VNT, another earnings play. Wow, another all-time low. VNT. Wow, just so many of them now. All right, guys, I got to put myself on mute. I'll put the announcement in. I will be on mute in this marketing meeting, so okay, muting myself right now. All right, guys, I'm now back, and sorry, another long meeting, and another. But these are coming out of the woodwork, guys. CPTN, another one now, of course. While I was in this meeting, just watching it go absolutely bananas, and I mean, this one is a little bit different though because it's not trading very much. I mean, 176,000 shares to be up 450%. I mean, at least the other ones, even though they had no right to be as high as they were, at least they were trading a significant number of shares. I mean, look at the ISPO; it's 11 million shares. So for this CPTN to be up there on only what did I say, 176,000 shares is crazy. So, but we're in a, I don't know if we can really put a stamp on this one. We can put down the date of February 17th, 2022. SPACs have arisen. I don't know. I mean, it is crazy. And I just have to, call your attention to the spot, to the AI. Obviously had a great day. The first 2 days were kind of blah. Can't even remember yesterday, but obviously today a spectacular day, especially leading AMPL. Even if you had thought, I mean, a lot of people think that stock's already down, 25 or I've probably down a lot more. Looking here at 2039 on an entry, and this stock yesterday was at 26. So you probably think, well, how much further can it go? It's already down 26 to 20. Well, guess what? We talk about this all the time. Position in lifetime range. Nothing's holding it up. I mean, nothing is holding it up. Who's going to step in and buy this? I mean, it's at an all-time low. Had earnings. Obviously, the reaction is terrible. So, I mean, I'm not saying eventually will there be a bounce on this? Maybe. I mean, maybe it's a long time. Sure it will happen. But right now, who wants to buy something like this at an all-time low? And the earnings have already happened, so you got to wait another 3 months before maybe some good news. So anyway, I mean, it's down 15% now from 20, and it's down 58% overall. But that's another 15% from 20. So AI definitely had a nice day today. And that's about it, guys. We're at 3 o'clock now, so I guess I'm sort of back to normal here in terms of putting myself on mute. I'm here. If you have a question, I'll certainly hop onto the mic, but I will put myself on mute. The room will be open until 3:30, and then of course at 3:30 you want to head over to YouTube. Between 3:30 and 4:30, Chris will be there. Not really, JP. I mean, that's an often asked question. Is there something that's going to show me that a stock is just ready to break out? Not really. I mean, I could, you can look at some consolidations and all, but to be honest, not really. But look at these other ones that have been halted. Yeah, I mean, somebody put in HYPR, another one that was halted. Here's this is a few months. I thought this was weeks, but we're starting to see some of these FSRD. Here's another one, FSRD. So this just launched as FSRD a few days ago, maybe a week and a half ago. So we're starting to see some of these ones that are, for whatever reason, gaining traction. There is no reason for it. If you're going to look for, well, why is this happening? You're not going to see it. Yeah, Timothy, on that, I cannot help you, okay? What they're going to tell you to do, if you can go to help, so on the toolbar, in our toolbar, if you click on help and then send files to support, okay, they'll have to take a look at what's happening. Okay, I certainly can't help you, and I'm not the one who takes a look at the report, but that's what they're going to probably say to you. So if you go to our toolbar, click on help, and then send files to support, and then they can take a look at the log files.
great idea.
Okay? I personally cannot help you. It's just, it requires really looking at those files and seeing what might be happening.
Running down.
Yeah, I can't get my headset to work, so that's why you're hearing in the background.
Wow, wow.
There's the wow wow. Give me a moment here, see if I can get this thing working again.
Wow, wow. 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 Wow.
Well, you're hearing all the wows, guys, and that's the PAC-B and the VNT.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, sorry. I can't get my headset to work.
Wow.
But I can turn off my speakers, I guess. All right, guys. Well, I may as well put myself on mute then. I can't seem to get this to work. Probably have to do something with my system. So I'll put myself on mute. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. Wow. Scared the heck out of me. Okay, guys. So I'm just going to put the announcement in. So get rid of that one. Okay, so I'll pop in just around 3:30. Put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there to listen to Chris between 3:30 and 4:30. And again, I'll just pop in this promo link that we have. We have a new promo code. I don't understand your question, Justin. The races are all based on how you want it to, like the change from the close or the change from the open. I mean, that's all. That's all it is. I mean, it's from whatever header you've got that you want the race to be based on. There's nothing. I mean, nothing else that we can give you. I don't understand your question. Why so many red candles? Well, I don't know. Russia, Ukraine, inflation. Lots of angst out there. Now you're moving, NTCO. I waited forever for you to do this, but boy, things are just getting clobbered. Indiscriminate now. Let's take a look at the. I know I'm still on. I said I would mute myself, but let's take a look at the sectors and see if even energy is. Yeah, energy is only 50-50. Consumer staples, though. Walmart must be just. But this, again, this is not. Well, Walmart must be lifting the sector. 65% of them are up. But look at poor tech, 5%. Only 5% are up. Communications, 12%. Justin, again, if you haven't read, I mean, this is pretty detailed here in the user guide. I mean, it goes over exactly what the racing is all about. Okay. So, I mean, if you click on the alert or on my home page, just go to the section. You know, go to the section on education, and then get really, if you're really into the races, I mean, do yourself a favor and click on TI stock race. I mean, when you do that, I mean, here it is. It's all here. It's all laid out better than I can do it. Okay? Well, I don't know if you've read this, gone here, Justin, but I mean, just go here. It explains everything about the about racing. There's nothing more that the company can give to you. Blow up, as in blow up. I saw this was as a potential. Oh yeah. You're right, Cam. Okay, now I'll put myself on mute.
Let's see, video looks good. Check out the audio real quick. All right, audio's on point two. So, all right, everybody, 3:30 live Q&A for trade ideas here. Come to answer questions. Hopefully, get you the most out of this platform. Looks like our numbers are fading through the week here. We started strong with about 50 of you on Monday here hanging with me, and now we're down to 26, and wouldn't be surprised if it was really just 3 or 4 of you real people. I think someone had some questions here. Barry said Chris will answer this. Let me catch up here. All technical indicators have definition, da 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 da. I want to use DOS Pro for cost because I'm muscle level 2. So I'm not sure what question Barry's referring me to answer here. I know nothing about DOS, so DOS Pro Trader for cost 151 because it must have level 2 info. Can I use 150 DOS Trader level 2 info and trade ideas? Get it to run races level 2. No, there's no way to import the level 2 info into our system. It would require an API that we don't have. It would require a two-way API. So let's see, my TI sim orders seem to take too long to get filled, so tested sim to IB also takes long. Is that normal? I'll try IB. I mean, it should be pretty quick in the sim. There shouldn't be a delay. Awesome. That glad to hear that, TRD, that's working well. Excellent, excellent. And back to the sim. I mean, the sim should be pretty quick. I mean, fairly realistic as far as the fills go. What's the second part though? So I tested sim TI to IB. It also takes long. If you're testing the IB sim, I mean that's their fills versus ours. Are you saying the orders? The order should go instantly. The fill can take a second because, you know, depending on, if it's a market, it should fill right away. If it's a limit, it could take a moment. Assuming, depending on liquidity and those things. Because K2, I trade, I've been trading using brokerage plus through IB for a few years, and there's never a delay there when I'm going in at market. Limit, obviously limits a limit. So um, sure, yeah, Bob. Yeah, I was hoping you were going to show up. But, I'll be honest. if I send 100 tickets to people saying please come to the live support, uh, zero of those 100 ever show up. So yeah, so some thoughts on this, Bob. First thing I always tell people is, a lot of that stuff, a lot of that stuff with swing trading comes to market orders. Click is working. All got filled up. 2 minutes later, we'll check no major deal. Just the sum. Yeah, I mean it shouldn't be delayed like that. If that continues, K2, send us an email to the info at and just say, we can take a look on the back end. I'll have to tag someone from the dev team to look at that stuff well above my pay grade. But the market order should be like any other market order, like real trading as far as that goes. But back to you, Bob. What I tell people is, any scan technically can be for swing trading, Bob. It's, comes to your data interpretation of the scan. Obviously, some scans are going to be better than others. You're not going to want to, you're not going to want something that's showing things that are spiking up massive for a swing trading thing. But here's some ideas to share with you right away, Bob. So, we have what we call our Market Explorer, all right? And there's definitely some good swing trading scans that are in there for you to take a look at. And I think a lot of the things that come through the Market Explorer, you can look at the, in the after hours or the before hours, kind of trying to set yourself up for some ideas. So to get to the Market Explorer, first you need to be on our latest beta, Bob. So make sure you're there, and that's going to be 5.5.63. So you can find that out by going Help and About. So just make sure you're on our latest beta. Check that out. I'm going to go forward under the guise that you are under our latest beta, but if you're not, let me know. And we'll go from there. And then as far as importing the level 2, Justin, I mean, it's not anything I can tell you at this moment. There's absolutely zero plans for an API to happen from our end out, because of restrictions that we have on market data. So that's where that would go. Is it possible someday? Is it likely? Anytime, I'll say anything in the future or the near future, not likely. Certainly not within the next calendar year, for us to be able to import data from somewhere else. So you're on 5.5.32. All right, so before I even start, all right, so really important, let's do these couple of things real quick, Bob, and then we're going to take off on this whole swing trading concept for you. First thing I want you to do, Bob, is on the menu bar here, go to okay, a lot better on TI, around 7 seconds for market order on some. Still, it shouldn't be 7 seconds for, 1 second, 1.5 seconds. It should really be on a market order, should be filled pretty unless it was a stock that traded, 100,000 shares on the day or something like that. So if you keep seeing it slow like that, K2, I think you should send in a thing. Just I'm not sure if I'm one of the guys that you have a reasonable internet connection. Everybody does nowadays. It's not like you're on dial-up or something. So that just seems a little slow to me. So again, Bob, so we're on the menu bar here. Go to Tools, go to Options, and go to Upgrade, all right? And I want you to select this All Releases here, all right? Not the production version. I want you to go with All Releases, all right? And then go ahead and save that. And what's going to happen after you do that, moving forward, is anytime we put out a new beta, this new right here will go a bold green, and when you click it, there'll be a link here or an option here to upgrade to the newest beta. And what that will do is that's going to send you to our download page, all right? And on the download page, I think where people get caught up a little bit is they'll scroll down, and the first thing I come across is the production version. You want to scroll past the production version, and you're going to head right down to the newest public beta. Download and install that, okay? And that's what you're going to want to be working on for getting the ME, because I think the ME is a great place for people that are looking for swing ideas to head to. So I'm going to let you do that really quick. All right, perfect. All right, I mean, even 400, because I ping up to 400 once in a while. Like, if, I've got my menu bar here. I'm just going to slow down for a second on the whole swing thing, Bob, while you're updating. It shouldn't take you very long to do that. The way we switch things around on the server, the downloads are pretty quick now. So I just want to give you a second so you can follow along exactly with what I'm going to show you here, because I think the Market Explorer is really amazing, the scans that are in there. I mean, is everything gold all the time? No, but it's definitely, definitely some good stuff to go through on a regular basis for swing ideas, and that's where we're going to start. And then I also have a scan that I like for swing ideas that I'm going to share with you and go over that too. But yeah, I mean, like right now I'm here, but I see all the time. There are times I'm shooting up to like 1,000 ms. I never used to do that until a few months ago. I'm not sure why. There's 253, but I don't have any issues, especially since we worked out. There's a issue that happened with slowing us down a little bit with the dock stuff. Oh, Debbie, I'm older than most people think I am. um, I was old enough to have the You Got Mail and all that stuff like that. I actually, full disclosure, never had America Online because um, my parents were late to the get us on board on the technology game thing. But anyways, whole other story. My charts become pretty snappy again, and I'm running a ton of stuff. So this new upload. This new update here, the last one, has got me cruising along compared to what I was. I was really bogged down for a long time. I thought it was my computer. I just was under the guise it was my computer and how much software I'm running, and that was not the case at all. Not the case at all. Man, this QNGY, is that still? No, I made that. There was two halts. It halted here twice. Sorry. So, what a crazy day, no? You got this one here. Unbelievable move here, and then obviously everybody in the trading world knows this one here. And not for nothing, look back on this one on hindsight. And I'm just giving Bob a second here before I go into the whole this whole kind of swing thought here. Now, just looking at the chart alone here, it doesn't look as crazy as, there's times where this thing had like $1 spread on it I was watching today. This came on one of my races, sub $20, really unbelievable. But I didn't pay it mind, and we're getting murdered here for support in the test drive. So, it's always to be expected. It's a good thing overall. Close program, open back up, flatten orders was instant. We'll repeat orders again. All right, so maybe just something got hung up on you there. Oh, also this too, just in case for everybody here, please, please, please don't leave trade ideas running all night long. If you leave it running all night long, it will screw up the simulator. It can screw up anything you're trying to do with automation. It can screw up stuff with Holly. Because we do all this data crunching on our side through our servers and a processing overnight. And then if you don't break the connection from our servers to reset that, it can cause data issues coming back to you. Certain things get blocked, or the values get corrupted coming back through to you. So just please always make sure, you're going to bed, turn trade ideas off. You wake up in the morning, turn trade ideas on. I mean, the window that it really needs to be shut down for is like sometime in between 11:59 p.m. Eastern time and I'll say 12:30 a.m. Eastern time. And really, I'm even making it a bigger window that it needs to be. My point being is just don't leave trade ideas running all night long. So, with all that said, ISPO, I mean, look at how well this obeyed the 8 EMA all the way up here. I don't even know if we had a closing candle below. Look at this. Every one of these, the body of the candle was held basically everywhere. You had a little cut there, and this one's hanging on to it right there. So amazing how that obeyed that 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart all day long. Not that it's a magic, there's no magic indicator just in case, but what account reset connection for? That'll work too. I just always think it's best practice to completely shut it down. But the reset connection should fix you, or it should do what I'm trying to explain there. It should handle that. So that's that. So all right, I'm gonna start to. Hey, Mike C, how you doing? Good to see you. Happy Thursday. Happy Friday, Junior. So all right, so I'm gonna jump back into this whole market explorer idea here for anybody that's looking for some more swing kind of ideas and some relative strength, or some different items here. So if we go to new, all right, and we go to the E window, Market Explorer TIQ, that's Trade Ideas Quant, we're gonna come across this window that's right here. And the first thing that you see about it is this user guide section on it. So if we were to click on that, that's going to open this page right here that brings you to what the Market Explorer is and going over all the scans that are inside there. So, for example, what is 820 cross, what is it looking for? It tells you exactly what it's looking for. All right, RSI divergence, long and short, each one of these, it goes into each one of these here. real clear videos and some things like that on them. Different, talking about the three line strike, how that works. All right, so we can go over, you can go over all that as well and some more in-depth stuff. And so we're in here in the Market Explorer, all right? And if we right-click and we go to Server Window, that's where you're going to find all these different items here. No, yeah, I know it would be nice. I don't know why. I remember actually Debbie bringing that up once, and I was given some long, drawn out technical jargon why we didn't do it or couldn't do it, or a combination of we didn't slash couldn't do it. Um, yeah, yep. Um, so we're back here on the server window, and so you can go through each one of these, but my real main go-to one for looking up swing ideas is the TI strength alerts. This is been one of my bread and butters for when I've been swing trading. I really been swing trading almost not at all. Recently. I have some positions that I've actually had, but everything I've been doing has been through these races recently. They've been so good to me, right? For the last 2 week trading weeks, basically. Anyways, but my point being here is what I'm really getting at is the TI strength alerts. You're gonna find some stuff in here that I just think are really good, strong charts. Oh, okay. I forgot that it makes you reboot. I'm sorry, Bob. All right, so you're back. All right, real quick to go start this off again. So I don't. I think you missed where I was loading up the strength alerts from and the trade ideas Market Explorer. So on the menu bar again, we'll just hit this really fast again. If we go new and we go this E window, Market Explorer TIQ, that's Trade Ideas Quant, and we open that up, Bob. I mean, this is for everybody, but Bob, had emailed me. I was looking for some direction in in some swing trading thoughts. So that's I wanted to get some attention on that here, and I think a lot of people are looking for that. So hopefully, what I can share here will help. Can you explain to me how level 2 would make TI better? I don't know. I've never used level 2 in my entire life. I really know very little about level 2, Justin, so I don't know how it would make it better. So I'm sorry, I don't have a whole lot to give you on that. Actually, in fact, sorry, Justin, I have nothing to give you on level 2. What I understand is that I guess you can see orders sitting somewhere, and you can see if it's like going to be a wall of support or a wall of resistance based on those orders. But one of the reasons why I kind of just always shied away from level 2 is apparently there's a lot of head fakes in there and fake orders that get pulled or spoofed orders and things like that. I don't know how any of that market mechanics stuff works, so this is kind of all just me. When I first heard people talk about level 2, that's what I heard, and I just decided not really something I need to do again. Yeah, JP, so I'll start it again here. All right, so we'll go new on the menu bar, Market Explorer, Trade Ideas Quant, TIQ, all right? And there's our Market Explorer, all right? And again, the first thing that you come across is a link to the user's guide about the Market Explorer. So here we go. All right, and you can go through this, in your own time. I'm going to, do my tutorial of this now, but this will go into more in depth about each one of these windows. I think there's like 10 or 11 scans in there now. And so go in and what these are trying to look for and find and so on and so forth. All right. But for our purposes here, when we've got this Market Explorer window, we can right click and we look for server window. And so, yeah, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 scans there. All right, wow, we've really pumped them out more than I realized. And this is where you'll find them, all right? So TI strength is where we're going to be focused on. Yep, you can export that to a CSV list. Yep, absolutely. And the date, goes back pretty far, the market data on this. Look, we're going back to the end of September right now on that. So pretty good stuff that's right there. All right, so there we go. And we start to go through these, and each one's got a score, and some of the secret sauce that's in here I know has to do with position in lifetime range and a position in a recent range. volume, a few different things that go in there. I don't know all the things that go involved in grading these, all right? But it updates real time also the score too, so you can watch things move up and down. Like DVN was up here at the top a few moments ago. I don't know if it's still going to be there or not. Let's take a look. So yeah, DVN is still up there. So these are, I look for the patterns that I like out of this. That's how, it starts to become data interpretation. Again, we're the whole concept of everything we're doing is returning actionable ideas here. So for me, I'm looking for very specific kind of chart patterns. I like things coming out of bases and kind of cup and handle-ish and things like that. So, these are things that, like, for example, now this was coming through this back here, all right? And so, when we're looking for swing ideas, this came on the radar here. It made a pullback and has really gone on to be quite the winner afterwards. So, someone could find, you can find things like this that are in here. This is what I look for. These are the kind of things that I look for on my swing trading type of stuff personally. Other people are going to look for other things like this. Someone else might be looking at this right now and saying, oh, look at this flag that's formed right here. All right. That's a, really long flag hanging out there. And look at this 20 SMA is really holding up this action. Now we've got a red bar ignore here on the daily chart, and this thing might be primed to take off again like that. So these are the thoughts that I personally go through. So I take I take the ideas that are in here and I apply my trading plan to them. So just as an example, I'm not going to be trading this, but just as an example, I'd be looking at this and this here and where we're at right now, and I think to myself, boy, it's not unlikely that we can push up and through this. This thing has really held great strength through all this choppy market that's all been going on, right? And so I've got a really nice defined risk level down here. All right, not too far off from where we're at. So we're at 18 and change, and this is at 17 and change. So it's about $1 stop, and trying to move up $1. So it's 1-to-1, and if we can push through this, even looking even better, to be honest. Even better ratio. So that's I don't have a preferred time frame to look at. I generally run during the day these three charts, 5, 15, and a daily chart. When I do a lot of my evening scanning, I run a daily. I run a weekly, a daily, and a 60-minute chart when I do my scanning in the after hours, looking for swing ideas. All right. So this is the first spot. We go through a few of these and just kind of see what we see in this. All right, and what it may mean for something actionable or not moving forward. So SLCA. This has made this move recently, and I'm going to say that's probably a big reason why it's getting alerted here. All right, we can see we're at like a big level here, but if we could push through this level, then we're looking at this here and we're looking at this here. All right, and so these are the kind of things that I do with it, and like I said, this is more a scan that is built for this type of stuff. Now, the original way that the scan was, if I could find it, the original way that the scan was back tested and forward tested is this. So the idea was buying around the open on a Monday and selling around the open on a following Monday. All right. The back testing, forward testing over the last market year is not as great as it was at the beginning, but it's still beating the indexes overall. And when we hit trending markets, I mean, this thing really kills it when we're hitting trending markets. Unfortunately, when this came online, it was towards the end of a trending market, but that's just life. Also, here's the other part of this scan that I think is really important. Look at where all the stocks are, all right? And what's been the strongest sector? What has been the absolutely strongest sector over the last year? Energy. And let's take a look. I don't even have to open some of these. I know that's energy. I know that's energy. I know that's energy. I believe this might be energy. Am I wrong? No, mining. All right. Also, let's look at what mining has just done all of a sudden. Now, I was bashing mining the other day, and now look at what GDX has done since I bashed it on Monday. All right. So let's zoom in, and here we are Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. All right. And since last week, look at what the miners have done. Shot right up. And what do we have on here? Miner. 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 I think this is a miner too, right? Natural resources. No, oh, so this is energy again. So just happen to notice, all right, look at most of the stocks that are on here are the two sectors that are currently kind of leading the way recently also. How do I recreate my own custom channel? Yeah, let me get you a link for that. Trade ideas, custom channels, and then we'll jump back into this and some other thoughts. I'm going to share my evening scan with everybody. Again, I know I've shared it a gajillion, zillion, million times, but so here's the section of custom channel on our user guide. And here's the other quick part, just to, it's nothing overly complicated. What you do is create a layout, all right? And after you create a layout, you're going to come here and you're going to go to edit custom channels, all right? And you're going to add that channel by, uploading from the cloud, all right? So select from cloud and you're going to upload that from here. And then you'll have that as a custom channel, and you can give it your, whatever you want to call it and all that stuff like that. So what I just gave you, and again, to walk you through it, create the custom channel, save it to the cloud, all right, or create the custom layout and save it to the cloud as a layout. So we would go file, save or share to cloud. You're going to click entire layout. You're going to give it a name, and then you're going to save it, all right. And once you've saved it, you can come, like I said, back to this channel bar, click on the gear, edit custom channels, and you're going to add a channel, and you're going to select that channel from your cloud, and then you can customize the other stuff that's in here that you want to customize. So nothing overly complicated, and there's that for you too. All right, so I know some stuff's coming in, so let me. Yeah, discretionary patterns. I'll say this, in all honesty, I feel like this strength alerts scan finds a lot of stuff that's doing kind of cup and handle-ish patterns, all right? So like, let's even, zoom out, or a lot of double bottom stuff here. Like, look, that's, clear double bottom in hindsight here. Look at this here. You had this move and then this move afterwards. All right, and that's not a hard definition cup and handle, but you find a lot of stuff out of these like this. All right, and a lot of these are on here for a few days too, so I would suspect that this was coming through back here as well. Let's see, what else do we have in here. I know that this has been on here a whole bunch, so same idea here. What else do we got? Interesting. Brazil had been overall strong. Haven't looked at Brazil stocks in a minute. So, all right, that's number one that I'm pointing you to. And then, unfortunately, we're in just a simply put, tough swing trading environment, period. But look at this here. I'm going to share this with you. Maybe there'll be something there. Oops. But I call it my evening scan. And one of the bigger purposes that I do with sharing this and then going over it is to give you ideas of what I did, and then you can take and run and make them their own, or make them your own. All right. So that's the scan that I'm going to go over now. There we go. All right, load. And again, there's also, sorry, before I leave the Market Explorer, you have bull flags daily here. Let's just look at one or two of these real quick. so let's take a look at this. So yeah, we can see here, here's our pole moving up. We're flagging this way right now. Let's see what else we got in here. Pole coming up, flagging this way here. This is flagging a little more than we'd like. This was probably better at the start of the day when that alert came in up here. All right, nice flag happening there. So, depending on what you're trying to find on some of these, all right? Oh, wow, look at all these A's coming in. Interesting. And then also, let's see what other server windows are in here. You got your RSI divergences, long and short, your gap fills, all right? So you can see this is coming down, trying to fill this gap down here. A lot of these are ugly looking right now. What else do we have? These ones down here are more day trading, all right? These are all kind of more day trading down here, so I'd say these are more your swing ideas right there. So, and then let me make sure, got your custom channel. Yep, yeah, you can stick, exactly, you could stick those into your own list and grade them just like that, yep. And we covered that. And then, all right, so yeah, we got that. So, all right, so my evening scan, that's what I just shared. That was the last thing that I shared there. All right, what I'm doing here is, nothing overly complicated, but anybody's always welcome, take this, make it your own, or, you can even, duplicate it and run, use this one and then maybe an adjusted one or a modified one. What I've done here is I'm looking at stocks that have a relative volume of 1. They're priced between $4 and $40. They traded 750,000 shares today. They're 75% above the low of a 20-day range. So my idea is there's some momentum behind these stocks. They're breaking out over a longer-term range, and I'm looking for them to still make a move on that longer-term range. And then they're closing 75% above the low of today. That's what this position range here is. So again, we're trying to find stuff that's closing strong today. And that's that's what I'm looking for in this. Now, for about a year and a half or so, this thing was like money all the time for me. I'll be honest, the last 8 months or so, it's been a lot more hit and miss. But the market's just super choppy, so I've had to be a little more picky, a little more choosy. But so a couple of ways that I use this. One is, I do the same kind of thing. I look for these kind of cup and handle like patterns. All right, so this is what I'm looking for here. This was definitely coming through the last couple of days here. So there we've got a move like that there, and I believe, yep, this was coming through yesterday as well. All right, so same kind of concept that we're trying to look for here. We're trying to find this trend, a longer term trend here that we want to be a part of is what I'm trying to find. All right, not everything that's going to come through is going to look good. That looks terrible to me. It's a gold miner too, go figure. That doesn't look great to me. This one starts to look better. Now it's, it gotten ahead of itself a little bit or more than I would like to be. But, I say that, and then, you look at things like, this is something that I found from there, and look at this thing still going days later like this. So, that's what I'm looking for in this, is trying to be a part of that 20-day trend moving up, all right? There's a second, yeah, Tom, I'll show you how to do that in just 1 second. There's a second part of the scan that I think is super important. Once again, look at where, minor, 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 has to do with materials and mining, minor, I believe this is a minor, 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 and a minor, and a minor, Heinz Craft, interesting. This is books. Semiconductor. But look at all the top stuff that's on here. Mining. So we might want to pay attention to miners moving forward too. All right, and so these are how I use the scans in a multi-fold way when I'm looking at swing ideas. Mining or gold in general. Gold. Interesting. Acquisition company. Wasn't sure what that was. Just wanted to look at that. Okay, now we're coming down here. This is going to be energy. Oh no, this is clocks. I'm sorry, I'm confusing a different fossil. That's shipping, energy. All right, so now we start to see it get a little more spread out here on what's coming through here. Some days this has a lot of things coming through it, some days it doesn't. This is kind of a medium amount, but definitely some actionable ideas. Can you add a sector column on that table? Sure. What you could do on modifying this, if you wanted to change things around, so if we right click and we come to configure, there's two ways to add columns, that when we want to look. We can first come to the columns, and what we'll see here on the column side is what we are actually looking at for columns. And then on this side, there's some that we can jump right into and add them. But if, for example, if there was something that we wanted to see and we don't see it on this list here, you can come to search, and you could add it by clicking on any one of these items and then go show column. For this one, though, when you want to add sectors and stuff like that, you want to come here because that's where it's going to live. So we can add sector, we can add subsector, we can add industry group, industry, sub-industry. All right, we can add all that stuff. All right, and I've just added all that. You're going to have to expand it out because we just added a lot of stuff, and we can see what all this, all these things are here. And so now, look at what's on top of here, and we can go section by section. So mining, petroleum, mining, computer, materials and mining. So again, energy. All right, we kind of start to see a real big deal here on what's going on, and we can kind of see it's almost, really kind of like a heat map, if you will, on what's moving up over the last 20 days. So chart on stock ordered shows on price highlighted in blue B plus. That means that it's positive from the exit. I believe it's probably a position that you close where it's blue and highlighted, right? And it's up from the entry price. I believe that's what you're looking at. So that's the short and skinny of those types of scans. What's with the flags in the vol today? Okay, so this is a cone essentially. This is how this works. This is volume percent today, all right? And so as it moves past X amount, the blue cone, I think it's the black cone happens first, and when it gets to 100, it's the black cone, and when it gets over 100, it starts to become the blue cone, and then when it gets over a certain amount, you get the purple cone that comes in here. All right, and then look, we can see it goes all the way to this green cone here. So essentially, it's as the percents go up, that's what the cone is doing for you there. And so volume percent today is just taking your average 10-day volume and putting it in a percent. So 100 is a base, meaning that 100 is what it normally is doing over the last 10 days. 200 is 2 times that. 300 is 3 times. So what I generally tell people, especially when they're, they want relative volume in the pre-market, well, relative volume doesn't work in the pre-market, but volume percent today does, and it's essentially the same thing. And so let's just say that, if it was 7:30 in the morning and you had something's traded 30% of what it normally trades over 10 days by 7:30 in the morning, that thing is on track to, start breaking some volume metrics over the last 10 days. So that's, a good way to use this volume percent today as well. So that's what it is. So, all right, Tom, sorry, it took me a moment to circle and answer everything. So this is what you're going to do, Tom. take your menu bar, all right, and you're going to come to tools. And this is for anybody. Make sure to always make sure. I think everybody should always be on our latest beta. That's my personal opinion. I've always run our latest beta long before I was a Trade Ideas employee. I just always ran the beta. I never had an issue. Has there been people that have had issues? Yes, individuals on occasion. There's something for some reason, something in a download file or something doesn't go right. But what won't happen in a beta, generally speaking, is whatever's legacy code, meaning whatever has worked, has been part of the software and been part of the production version, that should always move forward and work fine. Where you may find bugs in the beta are the newest features, but you can't have the newest features if you're not in the beta, like the Market Explorer, like the stock racing, and so on and so forth. So hopefully you're with me now, Tom. We're going the menu bar, tools, options, all right? And we're going to look for upgrade here on the side, and we're going to check or put a, select all releases right there. And after we select that, we're going to click save, all right? And now moving forward, anytime a new beta comes out, all right, this new will highlight green and bold, all right? And if you click it, there'll be an option here it'll say update or download, something like that, all right? If you click that, it's going to take you to our download page, all right? And let me get a download page over here and what that's going to look like. All right, so it's going to take you to the download page, and what's going to happen on the download page is when you scroll down, the first thing you come across is the production. You're going to scroll past that. Here's notes on the production from the, what the changes were from the last production version. All right, if we scroll down further, we will come to the newest public trade ideas pro beta. All right, and then you're going to download that, and also there's some more notes down here. We're making the notes much nicer moving forward. There's going to be pictures, links to different items here for all these things, going over all of this for you, all right? And so that'll all be right here for you, all right, in the production version. In the beta download. You'll go ahead and download and install that. And I forgot there's some file changes that are going to cause you to restart, and that'll be that. You'll be on the newest beta after that. Check all releases, Richard. All releases you want to check. Again, so it's tools, options, upgrade, all releases. Do updates happen often? Bob, we hit spurts where we might put out 3 or 4 in a 3 or 4 month span of time, and we might not put something out for 6 months again. Oh, yeah, no problem, Tom. We'll circle back again. So we click save, all right? So after we've clicked save, what you can do is do this. Go account and reset connection, and that should make this new. If you're not on the latest beta version, that should make your new turn a bright, bold green, all right? And after that happens, if you click new, there should be something here that says something about updating, upgrading, something to that effect. I forget what it says. It's been so long since I've seen it. And when you click on that, that'll send you to the download page, all right? And I'll bring that back over again. So here on our download page, we scroll down, all right? And there's our latest production version is the first thing you come across, but you're going to scroll past the production version again, all the way down, and you're going to find newest public trade ideas pro beta 5.5.63. There's going to be, I'm going to tell everybody right now, there's going to be another beta coming out. It could be tomorrow. It could be over the weekend. It could be Monday. I suspect any day it should be out, though. There'll be some updates and improvements with the stock races. One of the things I was going over with Debbie yesterday was, in the stock races, this column here, the win column, I think she was seeing some issues with it, having some floating things going on maybe, or something like. I thought that was what we were discussing. Debbie, refresh me if I'm wrong. It was something like that. So there'll be some fixes that entail that to see how many winners you have and how many each of the winners has won and things like that. A few other items, whatever was fixed in this beta or added in this next beta. Again, when you go to it'll be it'll probably be 5.5.67. I think will be the next one, or 6.8 is what will be on when we finally release it. There'll be notes here again, going over anything that was specifically changed, all right, and how that affects what the changes were, all right. So let me catch back up here. For the moment, Bob, yes, I do this every day at 3:30 Eastern. This is how this works. For anybody that's new or doesn't know this, all right? Um, Barry, who runs the Traders Room, has two spots that he streams from. So he has the protradingroom.com that you log on through our website, and then this YouTube channel that's our YouTube channel, all right? Barry starts both the streams at about 8 o'clock Eastern every single day, all right? He doesn't get on the mic till 9 o'clock Eastern. And at noon Eastern, he gives up this side of the stream for an hour for something similar to what I'm doing here. And then he takes back the stream at noon. We also have the Traders Room, though, that he never gives up the stream of that. There's more traders in there. There's more people in there sharing more ideas and things like that. Things that will never happen in that traders room is pumping of stocks, talking about how much money you made, talking about how many shares you bought. And someone might say, well, why wouldn't you all talk about that? And this is why. We have people of all walks coming in to use trade ideas, see what we're about, learn the program, learn trading, things like that. We don't want the person that just started, that is just understanding what stocks mean and only has a $10,000 account, to feel bad by the person that's been trading stocks for 20 years and has a $5 million account. So for that reason, we talk about, I got into the stock at this price right now and I'm looking at this RSI indicator that I got in, or whatever it is. We're sharing ideas like that. That's the purpose of the full room. What we don't want people doing is, stock ABC's going to the moon and diamond hands and all that crap. That's fine for, Wall Street Bets channel and Reddit and all that stuff. I have nothing against any of that. Just not how we conduct our community. That's all. So that's how that goes. So like I said, there's two different rooms. And, anybody that wants to check that room out, it's closed now. It'll open tomorrow. But, this is how you get into that room. Right there, you can use that, all right, to get in there. And I just, I always hesitate because not hesitate, but I always want to be clear about what the room is like, because there's so many traders rooms out there, and some are good, some are bad. One person will tell you one traders room is the greatest traders room on the planet, another person will tell you it's terrible. Everybody has different experiences everywhere. So this is just how we run things here, or how Barry runs things there. But back to the whole grand scheme of things. So Barry will give up this stream, the YouTube side of this stream, noon every day, Eastern time for an hour. Then he takes it back at 1. And then he comes back, and then I come here at 3:30 every day. And I do this for an hour. For now anyways, that's how we'll keep things. I'll be honest, it's just, there's not a lot of people are coming in here. I really did this because I opted to do this on my own about half a year ago now, because there were so many emails that come in that, I'm having trouble with the software and can I get more live help and things like that. And then it, just kind of turns out that almost everybody that emailed those things in, and when I told them, hey, I'm doing this live stream every day, none of them come here. I got a good crew here. As a, Perfect Circle comes a lot, and Debbie's here a lot, and Mike C, and Eagle Trader. There's a number of people that are in here, quite a bit. Some people come and go because I know everybody has different life schedules. It's just unfortunate a lot of the new users don't end up here a lot. I literally learned how to trade through this community. I knew nothing about trading, so I'm so big on the live help in that sense, and just can't. You can't give live one-on-ones to everybody. It's not practical for us to be able to do that. To do one-on-ones with everybody, unfortunately. So. Anyways, long story long, yes, every day at 3:30 for the time being is this is what I'm doing. See, Terricle's here. He's been here, since the beginning, since I've been doing this. He pops in and out and says hi. So, there's a core crew that's in and out of here a lot. I would just, for what we do here, I can't believe there isn't 150 people in here right now, considering how many thousands of users that we have and how many thousands of emails we get a day, or a week. How many thousands of emails we get a week saying, oh, I'm struggling with the program. Well, all right, well, you're obviously home if you're using the program. So why? And, every single person that I talk to, I say, come to the stream. Like, I'm here. I answer questions. There's some days where I don't have anything personal going on in my life. I'll stay past 4:30 if there's a bunch of people here asking, how do we build this? How do we do this? How do we see that? I'll stay a little bit later. All about the education, all about it. So. As I said right when I started my CMT course this year, I was burning for some learning. So again, long story long with all that. I think I kind of answered the questions. Yeah, so Debbie was confirming what I was saying before. Too many winners that fit the checker flag pass winners. Right, right, right. So hopefully, um, so um, yeah, we've got everybody of all walks in here. So um, so yeah, hopefully Debbie, we're gonna get that out to you in the next couple of days. That update and get you sorted there because yeah, Debbie, I'm with you on that. That's a big one. It's being able to see those winners. Anyways, I think it is, and it's only it's funny. It's something I only noticed the other day. So there's still stuff I'm even learning about the races or learning how to use them a little bit better. Excellent. I'm glad that helps, Bob. And again, we also do this for people if they want. You send us an email and say, hey, look, I'm trying to find something that's doing, this on a chart. And, sometimes we can build you a template for stuff. Sometimes we can't. Sometimes people are asking us for really complicated stuff that I'm not saying whether it can or cannot make money. But when someone's like, oh, can you find me stocks that, they made this move up and then they pulled back 30% of that with an updraw of 52% from there, and then they came back down and touched 64% below that, and then had a 10% 20-day move over the 37 period moving average. No, we can't do that for you. I'm sorry. But if when we get people that are asking for things that are trending in a certain way or have pulled back off a certain kind of high and things like that, there's a lot of stuff that we can put together for people, at least templates, and then ship those off to you via the cloud, and then let you kind of tweak it from there if you want. Should the surfing be on or paused? That's a personal thing. I don't use the idea of surfing myself. What idea surfing was originally based on is this: when you click it on, it's going to cycle through the first three symbols on all your top lists, and then if you have the AI, the first three symbols on the AI, and then also the first three symbols on price alerts. And the idea behind it was like a passive way to look at charts. So for example, you're at your desk, you're tasked with a few other things, but you want to see what's going on some charts. You just don't want static charts, but you can't really click through anything right now. So it cycles through those top three symbols on each one of those types of scans, just to give you some passive information looking at. So if you don't like idea surfing, you can come to tools, options, general, and you can enable or disable idea surfing. All right there, and obviously save from there. And that's entirely up to you if you want to look at it or don't want to look at it. Some people are like, wow, that's great, and other people are like, oh, it's the dumbest thing I ever heard. So again, to each their own. No, I know, Bob. That's like, so we're having a huge thing internally right now on how we onboard people and how we can do a better job of onboarding people. Thanks, Mike C. Thanks. So yeah, we're just trying to figure out a better way to get people pointed because 100 people sign up for trade ideas, and 90 of them want something completely different from each other. So how do there's no one size fits all for anything. So we're working on a couple things that we'll start implementing over the next few months, and see how that can help the onboarding and get people a little more pointed. Like I said, I'm here every market day for at least an hour doing this. Barry in general is a little more trading focused, but Barry can certainly give some assistance there on helping people get in a direction. Also anybody that's ever during the day you're struggling, or you want some kind of live help in a sense, don't hesitate to come to our homepage, all right? And on our homepage, you're going to have this orange questions and answers bubble, all right? This is open to help you from 9 a.m. Eastern till 4:30 p.m. Eastern. So if you're here and you go questions and answers and you go ask and you go chat, You're going to say what you're looking for help for. You're going to type in some message, and then after that, after you send that, all right, it's going to ask you for an email, and it'll drop you into our live chat. And 9 times out of 10, you're going to actually get me in the live chat. And we can have a back and forth, a dialogue back and forth about what you're trying to accomplish and how we can attempt to help you there. Just as another way to get to us and for us to give everybody some support there, aside from the traders room, the live streams, and the user's guide and things like that. So, the other thing too that I point out is I also get that the user's guide for some people isn't intuitive at the very beginning. Pull up a user's guide and bring it over. But as you go forward, I think then the value of it really starts to click home. Anybody can come and scroll here, but if you don't understand what A windows and T windows and N windows are and things like that, you need a little bit of context. Obviously helps with those things. Once you start cracking open these rabbit holes and falling down them, you'd be hard pressed to find something we do that's not documented in here with some pictures and dialogue, and more likely than not some kind of video that's in here. And this isn't like we made the user's guide and there you go, that's the end of it, we're not updating it. And every time something happens with the software, this is being updated in real time with the software, this user's guide, to really get there, for everybody. So Tom using items lately, top list, you can find a few symbols, good charts. Yeah, so see, Debbie's finding some use for that with that. Excellent. So we are, yeah, thanks, Bob. It's funny that you mentioned that. It was something we've done surveys, have been doing them, or that's marketing kind of handles that stuff. I hear things. We're all coming a little more involved in it now, trying to be, and and we're gonna do like a new kind of survey, whatever it is. I think a monthly thing or something like that, Bob. So it's funny that you mentioned that. It's like you're inside our heads a little bit. Tixel high will update my fix running away external linking, hoping at least date. Tixel, who are you having problems with linking? Because use alternative method is basically fixing most people that had the issue now. So if you go, tools and external linking. Because I know TOS was giving people trouble. So if you click on any of the on it here and use this use alternate method, that's been fixing most of the issues that people are having with linking. Tixel, let me know. I'm betting it's TOS, right? Thinkorswim. Screenshotting that, Bob. Screenshotting that. Thank you. It feels good when we hear things like that. It really does. Especially, like I said, I've said many, many, many times, everybody's got an agenda in life. Everybody's got something they're selling. And what are we selling here? We're selling trade ideas. We're selling the software, right? But it only works this way. If you subscribe for a month and you quit, that doesn't help us at all. So it doesn't help us if you're struggling. It doesn't help us if anybody's struggling. That's just kind of the way it works, So do we have an agenda? Absolutely. But our agenda is also reliant on you succeeding. You don't succeed, we don't succeed. Sterling and Lightspeed. All right. Try that alternate method. Is there? I just want to check. Is there rules for those? No rules. I mean, the other thing I'll throw out there for you, I've tested some combos on some stuff. We were trying to get Webull to link, and there's something about the Webull app that we just can't. We can't seem to get the program to intake what we're sending it, and of course they don't care. If we were to call Webull and say, hey, we can't link our program to you, and they'll say, what? It's just kind of just the way things go, unfortunately. So not from lack of effort with the Webull, but we'll see. I know we had a meeting about it again today, and I've tried every conceivable combination with this and used an alternate method and beginning cut off with Webull, and one of the coders is looking more into it to see if they can figure something out. But my point being, what I was really going to excel, sorry, is you might try one of these rules here and see if any of them help. You might try. I find TrendSpider to be pretty responsive to a few combinations of things that I've tried. And same with TradingView. So you might try these two along, but try the alternate method alone first, then see if any of these rules might help. And disregard Thinkorswim. Don't that Thinkorswim doesn't do anything. Oh, that's big shout out right there, Debbie, for Stephanie. She that's all her. That's 100% Stephanie. She is that's all her. She talk about a gem of a find. Her joining the team here, just unbelievable. Um, oh, not the spider. Yeah, yeah. No, we linked to them. We linked them. Right, the link works in that. Yeah, so something, something in the whatever coding. We'll see. Try those, and if nothing else, Tixel, give us an email here, and I'll tag the dev team on it and see what they can or can't dig into. If those alternate methods and things like that don't work, info at trade-ideas.com. All right, and yeah, it's kind of funny because I work with so many people that do so many amazing and wonderful things that they get no screen time, they get no recognition time or anything like that. So there's another Chris that I work with, Chris McKay. He's just really kills it in the organization department and things like that, and he's a big part of why some of these updates have started to move forward so quickly with the charts. You know, I know we keep saying that the earlier market time's coming. It is coming. We are, I have to change some codes around within my MLX files, and I'll be able to look at the early market data to myself now. So it's there. It's all happening. And Chris McKay is a big part of all that stuff coming on. But he doesn't get a spotlight shined on him. So there's a lot of people that do a lot of things here. The two of them are really really huge in the direction things have moved recently. So. All right, I guess I'm gonna wrap it up for the day here. And again, any questions, we're not everything to everybody all the time, but send us an email if you got a question, you got a thought, trade-ideas.com. Send us something there, and yeah, there's more than one behind the scenes. Another lady, Kathy, that's here. She's a big part of the dev team and coding and all kinds of things that go on here. And there's Marissa and Shantae and Taylor and Kelly. There's just so many people that people don't realize that are here and just really do some really really incredible stuff. Can I put my custom scan into my channel? Absolutely. Whatever you do, my pleasure, Bob. Hopefully, you got started to get something today, and we can pick up steam over the next the next week plus that you're here on the test drive, and hopefully we get you as a subscriber. If not, maybe you revisit us on another test drive, and maybe we get you on the second time around. And that's something that I tell people. Take the test drive. Sometimes they're not for people the first time around. They need a little more work, a little more knowledge, and all that stuff like that. And maybe that second mouse gets the cheese with you, kind of thing too. So stay in 2 more hours. I don't know about that, Mike C. I was ready to fall asleep at 1 o'clock this afternoon. I'm so tired. But yeah, TRD. Just whatever your scan is that you want, make the layout TRD. Make your whole layout, and then save that layout to the cloud. Whatever your custom scans are, anything like that, and then load that layout again. So, for example. Man, I'm screenshotting all these nice things you people are saying, because we get a lot of not so nice things people are saying. So it's nice when we see stuff like that. Um, so again, TRD. So save that layout, whatever you want there. I remember when Marissa took phone calls. That was like when I first subscribed, like 5 or 6 years ago. So that's funny. I never called a phone line with trade ideas. I was harassing them on Twitter, very early on. I say harassing, teasing, I started following Steve and Jamie. I found them early, Dan before he was banned from all social media, um, and that's that. So, but again, TRD. So yeah, get everything you want, whatever custom scans you want, get it all together in here. All right, and then again, we're going. Where is it? There you are. And you go File, Save or Share to Cloud. You're going to click Entire Layout. You're going to name that layout. You're going to save it. All right, and once you've saved it, then you can load it from the channel bar right here on that gear. So that here, edit custom channels, add channel, select from cloud. You're going to select that layout that you just saved, and when you click that, you're going to click select, and that'll do it for you. And that's it. That's everything, and it'll all be right there for you. So, all right, folks, I very, very, very much thank you for the very kind words and interactions today. I will be back tomorrow at 3:30 Eastern Time. Barry will be here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we will round out week number 1 of this test drive with a happy Friday. All right, and then don't forget, Monday is a market holiday. But for test drivers, we've extended you out to the following Monday after that to make sure you get 10 full trading days. All right. And that's how we do it. So, all right, thanks everybody. You have a wonderful rest of your evenings and afternoons wherever you may rest in the world, and we'll catch you tomorrow.